Man, I love these songs. Hello, and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Lion. You're all amazing. TBD's here. He lurked. Marcus, voice coder, was the first one in chat. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday to you. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I'm still getting set up. I was chatting away with BitGamey. He seems to be having technical issues with his new internet setup, and it sounds like one that he's not familiar with having, and it sounds like the type of internet setup that I have, which is a box mounted on the wall outside of the house and a modem inside the house. So it's weird though. I still have no idea what these things are called. I think there's a converter outside of the house, and the modem is the little device that's in the wiring closet. But it's a modem router. It has multiple ports on it. It has Wi-Fi on it. And so it sounds like the white box that BitGamey was talking about inside of his house is that modem router. And yeah, he's got two other boxes he said attached to the wall, which is what kind of made me do a second double take. That's like, maybe it's like those two, or the actual converter box outside of the house. I don't know. But anyway, if anyone is technically savvy with home network setups, BitGamey could use some help. He just recently switched his internet over to 1 gig up and down fiber, and his speeds on his PC, which are connected Wi-Fi through a USB Wi-Fi stick, which I was like, I want to tell you about that too, but there are just way too many factors. His internet speeds are 60 megabits. So it's like, I want to help you. I want to help you understand the parts about configuring a modem to make sure that it has both 2.4 and 5G, or 5 gigahertz. Stupid overloaded terms. 5G is a technology for mobile. I guess it's still a wireless technology, but 5 gigahertz is the bandwidth of Wi-Fi that he should have turned on. Plus, does his Wi-Fi card support 6E, etc., etc. There are just so many factors that go into it that were hard-learned lessons for me. And I don't want to see him struggle like that. But now I'm trying to get caught up to figure out where exactly I am. So let's look out the window. We're looking out a window in Georgia, in the US of the A. This was March. Marzo. That's crazy, Marcus. So Marcus just said, my Wi-Fi is faster than my wired for some strange reason. That is insane. Yeah, I have all of my PCs are connected using wired, but then again, I have Cat 6E. Yeah, again, all of these technical terms. Cat 6E cabling. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Cat 6E. Throughout the entire house, all going to a wiring closet. That wiring closet is also connected to the box that I was saying just outside of the house, connected to the outside of the house, which is super weird for me. It's like, why do we have a device for my internet that is sitting outside of my house? That's not... I'm not comfortable with that, but I mean, we've had it since we've been here, so anyway, so there's a wire running from that to the closet right there, and then inside of that closet is the modem that changes the fiber signal, whatever, to our home internet stuff, gets the WAN IP, gets all of the configurations, and then I have another router that I'm just using as an access point in the ceiling right over here, so that it is pretty much central to the whole house, so that it has the widest range possible. And that is pretty amazing. I like it a lot. But that's connected via wire directly to that modem as well. And then I have a switch that, of course, two of the ports in the modem router are connected to two blocks on the switch. And those are the things that are feeding all of the rest of the ports in the house. Whew. Networking. I do not want to do networking. Let's talk about software development instead. Except that Marcus said they dug up my road a few years ago and laid down wires, whatever they call optical fiber. Yeah, fiber optics. I think they're just called fiber cabling. I don't know, man. But yeah, it just sounds like Big Gamey's having a rough time with it, and I really don't want to see him struggle. I don't like seeing anyone struggle when there are situations that I've encountered, but there are some people that do want to go through that struggle so that they can have the lesson learned themselves, which is absolutely okay. If they voice that, that's fine. But then if they ask for help, then I'm like, oh, I want to help you. I would love to help you with giving information about the things that I experience, things that might help you, that might not help you. Anyway, moving on. Next step, studio mode, archery bot. Refresh the browser, then the bot, connect with Twitch, and then connect to chat. And then we can have a bot running. Hello, Jamie. How have you been? Oh my goodness. It has been a while, hasn't it? Doesn't feel like that long, but I know it has been. Okay, so everything is connected. Let's just verify the bot works. Archerly. I really need to make an Archerly command. He's the one that uses it the most. Okay, whoa, we're in an airplane now. I didn't realize that. Hold on, let me get on this screen. Okay. Shoot. I'm just going to go straight for the target. To 80, I guess. Shoot to 90. Close. Pew. 2.01, 100. Bam. 90. And it was in the air for 1 second, so I got an extra one point bonus. Yeah, it's doing much better at being able to report back the score. So yeah, for those of you that haven't been around for a while, Dukasoft is here. For those of you that haven't been around for a while, Dukasoft is here. May as well get some shout outs going. Let's start with Marcus Voice Coder, who was first in chat. So there is Marcus Voice Coder, who is a person of interest, who is doing some very cool work using that term, using partner programming with Copilot, and his voice, using just his voice. And it's really cool to watch. He uses Talon to do controlling everything on his PC. He uses some Visual Studio Code extensions for being able to navigate around within Visual Studio Code. You get all of these pretty glyphs and colors and stuff, and he'll just say, go to 32 blue, and he's at exactly the spot that he wants to be. And it's really awesome. Oh, it's not just doing that term. Sometimes I look at the code. I mean, I didn't mean you are only doing that. I'm sorry to misrepresent you like that. He has been doing software development using just his voice for quite some time, even before AI was a thing, even before Copilot was a thing. And it was really impressive to watch. It's even more impressive to see how much he's been able to get done. He's written a few extensions now using partner programming with Copilot, I'll say it that way. as well as a wordsmith game. That's kind of like an AI word trainer. Well, it has elements of AI and it has elements of just gamifying, increasing your vocabulary, finding different ways to use words, and it's really, really cool. So that's Marcus. Give him a follow if you have the availability to. Are you good? I'm trying to get back to the place that I was working on just before I moved to this computer. Menu? Yeah. Okay, and then we'll talk some more. Jeepers, it's going to be hard for me to do this on this screen. Like, normally my font is about here and I'm able to see much, much more, but and like the thing is, I didn't really expect as many of you to want to see the screen, to even have time to look at the screen, I guess. Most of the time I just think that you're here for the conversations, the vibing. So hard. I want that word back. So I have gotten some notes back from you saying, can you make the font bigger so we can see the actual code? No, you aren't supposed to anything. You're supposed to do what you feel like doing. Especially if what you feel like doing involves just chilling, hanging out, having a good time with software. Because that's what I'm all about. Okay. So bots up, streams up. Shout out to TBD Gamer, who came in and had to lurk, most likely because of meetings and such. Shout out to TBD Gamer, who streams .NET stuff as well. He's focusing most of his time on Liquid Sky, and he's really only able to stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays currently due to IRL stuff that he has to take care of on Tuesdays and Thursdays now. But Liquid Sky is a platform for doing project planning and management, project management and planning, whatever order you want to say it in. It's kind of like Jira and Azure DevOps and all of the other tools you've heard of. It's just organized in a way that I think is going to be more beneficial for teams, where product owners and product managers are doing all of the planning as far as here's what we would love in the app. And then the developers are like, okay, here's how much time, or not really time is a bad word in my opinion, as far as estimating. Here's how much effort we think we'll be putting into this. And estimations of, and there was a big discussion about estimations today, estimations of the amount of effort to relative time for getting this thing done. And then also planning out how do we get this thing done. So product owners, product managers are concerned with their stuff over here. Developers are concerned with their stuff. The product manager is the intermediary, and everyone works together, and it's a smooth flowing team and process, and it's going to be amazing. So yeah, that's TBD Gamer. Check him out. Jamie says, I'm curious, what do you think intro devs should be paid yearly by industry standards? I have no idea. So one thing to keep in mind is I worked government. I was a federal employee for 15 years. 15 years, I want to say. I think I left federal service once I celebrated my 15-year tenure. And so government rates are very, very different than, I forget what they're called. Private rates. I don't know what else to call them. On top of that, when I got my first private sector job, I was getting severely underpaid as a senior developer, senior application developer. And I mean severely. So maybe, yeah, and like there's so many factors. Whenever it comes to money, I'm just Like, there is so many factors that go into a question like that. Where are you located? What are other people in that area getting paid? GSA, I think, is what I was looking for. GSA rates. GSA rates. But I don't really have an opinion on how much junior developers or brand new intro developers, not necessarily junior, intro developers should get paid. Because I don't know. I really, really don't know. Digasov says a sandwich a day. If I were brand new to software development, yeah, the way that I did it was I found out how much I was getting paid in the government. I added back in the benefits that they pay for me, because anything that the government pays for you, or anything that your employer pays for you, you would also want to factor into your rate to how much you get paid. So I factored that back in, and then I factored in the difference in taxes for the state. And I did all of this math, and I was like, here's my number. This is the minimum amount that I would need to make in order to continue making as much as I'm currently making in my government job. And that was my fault. So that's what my recommendation is. Are you in the US? I never remember where any of you are. I'm sorry. If you're in the US, consider your locale. But let's say in the Midwest, well, I don't even, the other thing is the market has changed, the economy has changed so much since the last time I was trying to get a job, which was 2017. And so prices are vastly different now than they were then. So inflation. So I'm going to give you a range. You take into consideration your locale, inflation, and whatever other factors, health insurance, life insurance. Yeah, so I was going to give a range of 60 to 80 for intro. Depending on the work as well. What kind of intro developer work are you doing? Are you actually hands on the product? Are you shadowing a senior developer? Are you mostly doing bug fixes and QA type of things? But yeah, when an employer tells you industry rates, that essentially means industry rates for their base of operations. So find out what that range is for them. Like we have the benefit of using Glassdoor, and I can't think of the names of the other sites, but there's a ton of sites that say, in this region, these are the salaries that people are reporting at each rate. Did a GQ, and the questions seem senior-like. Dukesoft says I'm getting 2,500-ish a month after taxes. Not a dev job, but does some dev work. My going rate as a senior application developer managing all of these applications is, oh, as a contractor paying for my own benefits as well. Oh gosh, am I actually going to say this out loud? My rate in the position that I'm in the state that I'm in, with our cost of living, which is Colorado, by the way, is 180 per hour. So I'll let you do whatever math you want to do on that, which means that any time that I don't work, I take vacation time. So we take 4 weeks. somewhere between 4 to 6 weeks of non-paid time every year and pay my own taxes. So I have to do all of the prepaid taxes stuff. And then, of course, all of my business operating expenses. So all of that gets taken out of that amount. And that's still less than an actual senior application developer in this area. Well, that gave me a panic attack. Great. Ooh. Okay, menu item model. Shifting gears. Oh. I don't know why it's such a thing. It just makes me feel weird to indicate salaries and stuff, because then other people might use it against me or assume things about me that aren't necessarily true, and I don't like having incorrect assumptions about me spread. So that's a me thing, but I said it. My going rate is $180 an hour. My health insurance is something like $760 an hour. A month. Goodness me, a month. I have vision insurance, dental insurance that I have to pay for myself. I have quarterly taxes that are around $13,000 every quarter. And then state quarterly taxes that I hadn't been paying, so I get fined for not paying quarterly state taxes on time. It's crazy. There's a lot of stuff you need to take into consideration. Dukesoft said, oops, what? Oops, not paying my quarterly estimated taxes on time? Like, I didn't even know that was the thing we needed to do with the state. I knew it was a thing we needed to do with the federal taxes, but state taxes was just like, okay, at the end of the year, I'll do all of my tax calculations and pay my state taxes. And we got a letter in the mail 2 weeks ago that was like, you're being fined this amount for not paying your estimated taxes on time for the state. And I'm like, is that a thing? Are you just trying to penalize me so you can make even more money off of money that's already been taxed? Ugh. I would like to, man, I wish there was a way to be able to can we block this number from here? No. My mom is texting me. My mommy's texting me. From your perspective, what are the pros and cons for working in both sectors? Well, I can't even say that one is for sure anymore either. While I was working federal service, I was in human resources, which is something that is not going away. So my position was relatively secure. I loved that about government, about federal service, was that even if my specific job in that office were to go away, they would try to place me in a similar job. And they would usually be able to be successful at that. The drawbacks are, there was, at least in the human resources office that I was in, there are no real software development stuff that you're allowed to do, even though I was doing that with HQDA, Human Headquarters Department of the Army. That's where all of the software development stuff happened for the human resources systems. So I was working with them and I was able to do some software development while I was in that office, but the people there were like, you need to be doing human resources since you're in this office. You need to do staffing work, classification, training, all of that stuff. And I'm like, I'm improving our human resources systems. I'm automating tasks that you do on a daily basis. You push a button, and it does the things. So there were tons and tons of opportunities for reassignments, which means going from one job to another job with the same pay grade. For promotions, there were within grade increases that were pretty stable and predictable until the new performance system came up, which was a cool performance system. It was pay for performance, which was cool. I like that. But yeah, just working in a human resources office was driving me crazy, literally. Yeah. So then moving to private sector, the cool thing working for someone in private sector was that I got to be a software developer. And I got to work on software development work. And I was pretty much free to do it however I wanted to do it, which was super awesome. The cons, the negatives, were definitely you don't know if the contract is going to stay for another year. It was really, really hard for me to negotiate pay because I didn't know what to choose as my pay other than here's what I make now. I can make no less than this if I want to keep the lifestyle I have. Turns out that I needed more in Colorado. Colorado is very, very high housing, like stupidly high housing. Yeah. What else? Come on. I don't know what else, man. Cotton. Yeah. So eventually, with the job that I had, I moved on to a different job that was paying industry standard rates, and it was good. It was industry standard. It was $120,000 per year, as a senior consultant working at a consulting firm. Then, I ended up just that team was crazy. So I ended up officially registering my company, and then I had a business to business contract with the people that I used to maintain their apps for, and then I did that full time. So I don't know. I don't have a really good answer to pros and cons. I'm really terrible at this type of thing. The pros of, because like I was in three situations total. Federal service, employed by the government, with benefits paid for you, paid vacation, so lots of paid time off, use or lose time, which is high enough that you probably won't unless you were like me and you didn't take any vacation ever. There really wasn't a way in my office to get overtime, which would have been nice, and pretty secure. The pros of working for a private sector company is specialized work, things that you're actually most likely wanting to do. I mean, there's going to be a lot of scut work anyway, but lots and lots of enjoyable time doing software development in private sector. And then pros of pretty much working for myself are I set my own hours. I get to continue doing software development work at my pace, with, of course, the stress of wanting to get it done fast and accurately while still getting tech support requests on the applications themselves. Anyway, welcome in jar3 dev. Shall we call you jar3 dev? Or is it just jar dev? Is it jar dev? Hello. And DC Aggie's here. Hello, DC Aggie. Our next shout out is for Dukasoft. Dukasoft is a drone pilot. As in he takes video footage of his area, of his surrounding community, using his drone, and he edits the film, puts some music to it, and has a fantastic time on his stream when he does stream. And it's not often that he is able to stream, but when he does, it is a treat. So definitely check out his streams. Oh man, it's getting warm. But yeah, so jar3 dev, how are you? C# programmer here. Welcome in. Any developers with opinions are allowed in here, by the way, but I am myself also a C# developer. DC Aggie says, ooh, I thought he was just very, very small. Dukasoft? He is a small, I think. Drone pilot. Drones can be pretty big. And who says he's inside of the drone when he pilots it? He could be standing on top of it, and it's just like... Anyway. Moving on. So, what I work on, by the way, for anyone that happens to be new here, is a suite of applications used at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. It is a place where we are monitoring the environment for any hazardous chemicals and uncoating. You're not wrong about that. There used to be in the past, there was a massive chemical spill / environmental disaster that happened at this site, and it's since been cleaned up. So what we do now is we monitor the soil, the water, the air, check for any contaminants that might still be lingering. We make sure that they are within reasonable limits, below the minimum reporting limit actually. And if they're not, we do various treatments to it and make sure that we clean everything up. Thank you so much for the follow. So my job when I got here was to turn those applications that they were using from their original version, which was JSP, into their new version, which is a .NET product. They didn't care which one. So again, at the time that I got here, I chose .NET MVC using .NET Framework 4.7 and got everything converted over. At the same time, we moved from an on-premise server to cloud servers. We're hosted in AWS now. Got a whole bunch of stuff rearranged. And once Blazor came out, I was like, what is this? I need to use this for everything. So I started using Blazor and upgraded the apps to Blazor. The application that we're working on today, I was trying to go here so that you could see the application suite applications. So these are the original applications. There were two types. There were the original JSP web applications, and there were 4 desktop VB6 applications that I turned over to VB.NET and then Blazor. There's still one VB.NET WinForms application that we need to convert. And the application we're working on now, RTRAC, is still a .NET Framework 4.7.2 MVC application that we are converting over to Blazor. I'd say we're making a lot of really good progress on it. We're getting really close. But yeah, all of these here are the JSP applications, the original applications that I can reference every now and then just to be like, are we sure this is following the right logic? Because I didn't have very much time to convert it over. And that meant doing a lot of looking at the Java code, seeing how I can just lift and shift it to MVC controller code essentially, and copied over the rendered HTML and styled it and all of that stuff. For example, the edit TRN page. So the edit TRN page has all of this JSP code up at the top. It's a lot like, sorry, that's not the actual page. That's the code behind where's your page? Web content. Edit TRN. Has all of this stuff here, which looks a lot like Razor Pages. So if you're familiar with Razor Pages, this is a similar concept. This is just from 2005 and JSP and Java. So you essentially get this syntax where you can switch from HTML to Java, and then you do all of your imports. There's a lot of stuff to do with JavaScript as well. And so everything in this code base was Java and JavaScript, which was workable. I was used to it. I still prefer .NET though. So anyway, I got all of this converted over to .NET, and now we're converting it from that .NET framework to Blazor. And this is what the application currently looks like. I'm working on functionality right now for when the user switches roles, because typically I guess I should mention what this app specifically is. This one is specific for laboratories to be able to report analyses done on samples that we send them and let us know what analytes they found in it, which contaminants, which of those chemicals did they find in these applications, and how much in these samples, and how much of it. We had one lab for quite some time, and only one lab, so the application really only needed to work for that one specific lab. And now, since October of last year, we have added at least one other lab. It's possible we had another one added somewhere in between that time and now, where they were needing to be able to report back their results, but it's in a completely different format. So we spent some time creating a data import utility that would take whatever format they gave us and turn it into the format that this application was expecting. Then our users would be able to use this application to do the rest of the functionality, like these record checks to see if there are any discrepancies within the records, these chain of custody checks to see if there are any issues with the samples that we got back and the ones that we sent to them. So chain of custody is the application that we use for taking a sample from the soil, from water, from air, tagging it, putting a label on it saying it was collected this date, filling out a form that says, here's this sample number, it was collected on this date by this person at this depth, and we need these tests done on it. Put that into a sealed baggie or some type of container, send that to the lab. So that's why chain of custody is, because we now have this controlled, sealed delivery system for the samples that we're sending to make sure that they weren't tampered with between going from us to the lab. So we make sure that the results that the lab are reporting back to us are for the samples that we uploaded using that chain of custody tool. So that's what this one is. Submit TR. So TRN is the name, by the way, of the format of the file that the original lab that we were working with would upload their data in. And those look like this. It is a fixed width text document. I already forgot the acronym, but somebody told me what this type of file is called. EDI. I want to say EDI. And so we tell them the first 3 columns must have the installation code. The next 3 columns, or the next 3 characters, must be the file type. The next 4 are the site type. The next 6, or however many it is, are the, I guess that's 10, site identification. Anyway, you get the point. So they have a text file that gets generated by their system. The new labs that we're using use Excel. Go figure, they use something that's intended to transfer data from one place to another. So we wrote another app called LDU, the Lab Data Upload Tool, which the actual data import utility part of it is on my GitHub as open source. And you can see it at work as a static page. So let's say that we grabbed, man, it's one work stuff, project, nope, RMA, projects, RTRAC, samples, where do you load data? Nope, nope, lab data. Sample import files. Okay, so this is an example of the type of file that they would send us. And this is not in a format that we use. And so we would need to map all of the fields that they gave us to some output type that the RTRAC application was expecting. This utility here, the one that is on my GitHub, is just the version of this that allows you to take in an XLS or CSV file and transform it into a static, or not static, into a known C# type, a strongly typed C# object or list of objects. And this is the mapping for it. You can do things like transform it using interpolate, regex, map values, blah, blah, blah. So that's there. So this is how we ended up using that in the work product. So this is that same UI, everything inside of here in the main page part. And what I added to it is a database in the back end so that you could save your configuration so that you wouldn't have to redo it every single time for the files. Some mappings cannot be loaded. Your mom could not be loaded. So there's still some improvements that I need to make to the underlying data import utility as far as how to transform the data. Like, we can't take a transformed value and use it in the formula for how to do another value. So here, the file name is actually constructed by using the installation code, an underscore, and then the 4-letter lab that will be assigned to this app when you're ready to upload that file, and then underscore the lab code, which is also in here. And these are transformed values, which means that we would have to find some mechanism for saying, give me the value that is from install code combined with the lot combined with lab. So that's going to be fun to try to figure out. We'll do that someday. But yeah, you can see like QC test code had a pretty involved mapping, because the first one is if the sample type was one of those things, then output Q or F or whatever the code was. And if the flag code, which I don't know why it's not populating correctly, if the flag code is not blank or contains a Q or something like that, I can't really remember what the rule was, because again, they're the ones that use the app. I just set it up. That's all I did. So it pretty much combines the two fields, and one of them will be blank. We won't get something in both of them, I don't think. Oh. And then of course you can preview the data to make sure everything is going to output correctly into our system. You can upload it into the system, and you can save your work as a template. XOR, yeah, stuff like that, exactly. But hello 1kilobit and hello Snubble. Hope you're having great days. So those are the apps that I'm working on. If you couldn't tell, for those of you that have been here, I did update the help page, the user guide. This is what, I guess I should have shown that. This is what the original application looks like in .NET Framework MVC. So once again, this is pretty much a lift and shift. The only different thing is this login page. It used to look like this. And I did some playing around with HTML and CSS to see what I could do, and I came up with this again, 2017, 2018. I'm still not great at UI design and stuff. I relied mostly on Copilot to do a lot of the UI design for me, and I am applying all of the stuff from Copilot. But yeah, this is what the original application, this is what the application that they're currently using in production, I should say, looks like. Which is what it looked like since at least 2005. So I'm hoping that they are going to like the improved facelift. I am not making too many structural changes regarding the layouts of everything. You can see that there's a lot of stuff that are central to the page. I'm 12. I'm in my 40s. So like the landing page, we now have these quick actions. Copilot, not for Ducasoft. Wait, what? Why would Copilot not be for Ducasoft? The drone is too small for 2. What if the Copilot was hanging on underneath? You keep thinking they need to be inside of the drone and this is my Italian coming through. I'm not Italian. My name is, not me. So I added this landing page for them to be able to get to the most likely immediate actions that they're coming to RTRAC to do based on the role that they are logged in as. The ability to switch roles, that's where I was getting to. So your user is assigned one role and one role only. It's either going to be preliminary or intermediate. I said either. It's going to be preliminary, intermediate, or final, but never more than one of those. Actually, must be exactly one of those, along with others. So there is no way for you to switch between intermediate and final, for example. And our users on site, the ones that QC the data that gets sent back from the lab and that finalize it and all of that stuff, they also need access to the intermediate role. So they get both intermediate and final. So I was like, why not just have a role switcher? Right now, instead, they have 2 user accounts that they have to switch back and forth between, which didn't make sense at all. I've never used Copilot. Is it worth it? It depends on how you decide to use it. That is a value judgment I will leave to you to make. I will give you my experience, which I think is what you're asking for. And my experience has been overall positive, except for a few cases. But as a developer working on professional products, I am making sure that the code that gets generated by Copilot is code that, and this is something that TBD talks about a lot, is code that I can stand behind, is structured well, it is performing the actual task that especially since these are pre-existing applications that need to function similarly as what used to be out there. This is really the first application that I've strongly relied on Copilot to do very much, and that has mostly just been UI. Like all of this dashboard stuff is typical of what you would see Copilot generate for UI. I don't need something that sticks out in the market. I am happy with something that looks better than the original did, and that's not hard to do. But something that is also better than what I would be able to come up with. And I think this is that. So being able to go from loading data, not only loading data, but the other part, man, that's an entire conversation. I always get into this, don't I? The thing that I typically do when I'm working with Copilot, and I say with Copilot because it's not doing all of the coding. I'm doing a lot of the design. I'm doing a lot of the planning. and I'm steering it in a direction that says, let's go this way, let's implement these things. You make the choices for the UI. Fantastic, do that. I'll go behind you and clean it up and make sure that it fits my standards. So it really is a conversation. We'll stop. I'll change it from agent mode to ask mode. We'll have a discussion about a decision that was made. And I wish I could show you here, but I don't think we've been using Copilot on this computer on stream. Have we? Not on this app. No. I would show you here what I mean, but essentially I have a conversation with Copilot. Maybe? I don't know the reference, but maybe, yes. I mean, I know the reference, I know it's Matrix, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if it applies. I would assume it applies, yes. So we have conversations about it, and when I get to using it, I will use it on stream every now and then. But right now we are doing things that I am able to do myself. Copilot understands the libraries you're using and knows how to apply them. Copilot does inferencing. Copilot does analyses on the code base, and is able to utilize patterns that you already have in your code base. There are lots and lots of techniques for helping Copilot to understand your code base better, or to know what to do as far as your coding style is concerned. So for example, wait, is that what's been going on? Nuh-uh. Am I up to date? I don't think I'm up to date. Excuse me. So one thing that is very beneficial to have when you're working with Copilot, and now I know what the struggles are with this application. One of the good things to have when working with Copilot is a Copilot instructions. Oh, I do have it. And that Copilot instructions will give it a base. This is how you should respond. These are the coding practices you should do. Here's some basic information about the application. Make sure to reference other completed portions of the application when making decisions about how to do XYZ. This application, it has just been terrible at generating code stuff other than UI. It's been fantastic at UI, but even then it'll start following these random weird patterns that are like, I'm going to suddenly create a brand new CSS custom property that doesn't exist anywhere else, but I'm going to try to use it in this component's CSS code behind isolated CSS file. Or I am going to suddenly start just making all of your private fields not have underscore camel case, even though I have an editor config in here that says make sure to use underscore camel case for... Anyway, so there is some struggle. There is some working with Copilot to help it help you. So if you are planning on using Copilot in a way that is more collaborative rather than prescriptive, where you say, hey, Copilot, do this thing, then I think you're going to be in for a much more difficult time. Not in all cases. Marcus can definitely tell you what his experience with it has been. But in my experience so far, if I'm treating it like a tool that I'm saying, do this thing and get it done, and I'm expecting it to get done in a very specific way, then it's usually unsuccessful. If I'm treating it as I would treat a partner programmer or someone working in a PR on a different portion of the code than me, and let them do it the way that they would do it, and then I go back and clean it up myself, then it's a much more liberating experience. It's like, I'm not expecting you to get this 100% correct, but if you do, I mean, I'm allowing for the opportunity for you to get this right on the first shot, but I'm not expecting it. I am not going to be butthurt if you struggle to understand, like this help page. This help page is a very, very good example of how much it struggled. So the help page originally looked like this. How many of these do I have open? Okay, help. So the help page was generated from a Word document and turned into HTML, and that's what they're using as their help page in the current version of the app. They, as if I'm not the one that pulled all of this code back in. So it has all of these weird classes, inline styles. It even has like grammar syntax. So it surrounds things that have grammar issues with another style in the HTML that shows here. So we'll see things like figure 2 space period, no space, RTRAC login screen. But anyway, what I wanted to do, Bardaki, you can absolutely ask. Shout out to Bardaki. Wait, why did it, did you censor yourself? I don't think I censor. Hello, Bardaki. Oh, well, that's nice of you. I mean, I typically don't curse on my stream, so it's very thoughtful of you to censor yourself like that. And it's not because I don't curse. It's because there are plenty of people that don't appreciate curse words, so I don't need to use them. So I choose not to on my stream. Okay, unless, of course, you know, there's a situation that's like... So all I was asking Copilot to do, which it's been successful with other files, is take the HTML that's rendered here and let's turn it into Razor syntax. Let's just get this into the way that we've been laying out the rest of our pages and components and stuff. And it struggled so hard with it. And I'm like, okay, what can we do to help make this more successful? Is there a way that I can break down the contents in a way that would be more beneficial? It's like, certainly, if you break them up into their different sections and we can make those into individual components, it'll be far less characters because maybe it's the context window. And so I reduced the amount of content per section. And this is what it boiled down to for the table of contents, for example, which I think is, oh gosh, that's really hard to find here. Pretty much everything from here through here. Yeah. And so it still failed at minimum, even picking out that these were the table of contents items that it needed to put on here because of all of the weird word OL something. But anyway, point is, I had to do all of this stuff myself to get the content in here so that it eventually looked like this, but I got to apply the regular page styles that we've been using everywhere else. Is that what it's called? Domain-specific language? So Bardaki came in and said, Mr. Lion, sir, you definitely don't have to call me sir if you don't want. We are friends. And you don't have to be like super, I need to be nice to him just to get my question answered. Nah, not here. And I think you are qualified to answer it because Copilot is a bit to work with and won't give me a proper answer. See? And there's another thing where it's like a lot of the times we're struggling with Copilot because we want it to do XYZ as opposed to we're working with it to do XYZ. Just my thought. Anyway, but yes, I did censor myself and hearts for the Bardaki. Speaking of, Bardaki is a Unity game dev. He works on a game called The Unwanted War. You can check it out on Steam. I think I have command for it. UWar, I do. So check him out when he streams, when he's able to stream. Have you taken a hiatus or anything lately? Why are you covered? I have another way to see chat over here too. So that if I'm scrolled up, I can still see chat. All right. So DC Aggie said, as of now, my experience is the more complex your system or request, the more difficulty you will run into. This means demos and small proof of concept may set your expectations a bit higher, true, yeah, than what is both useful and productive with large systems. I've had the best luck asking for small things that go into larger systems and or rubber ducking. As long, like my experience has been, as long as you are organizing your work in a small unit kind of way, the way you would with a partner programmer, you wouldn't say, hey, junior developer, fix this entire system, make it work, make it good. You would give details and you would be like, here are the portions of the system that you should focus on, do them in this order, and use my code as example for how to structure each page. Work on all of my UI one page at a time. Let's work on the load data screen together. And so we worked on the load data screen together until it looked nice. Then I said, apply that to field data. And now field data looks exactly the same. I did load TSP data myself so that I could understand the full how to use the components it created. And then I went back and reviewed and I cleaned up because there were a lot of weird things happening. I cleaned up some of the ways that it was doing stuff. And so, yeah. So we're here. And then we applied this page layout to pretty much every single page. So you're going to see me doing that today, hopefully, if I stop talking eventually, after I respond to you guys, of course. But we are still going through these pages. There, view TSP, view archive TSP is going to be next. Then view final TSP, create biota. These screens are going to be after that. I did this one partially, but we need to verify functionality. The methods page is broken, need to verify functionality, and of course, finishing the updates to the help file. But one thing that I wanted to do is when the user is in a specific page and they change roles, if that role doesn't have access to that page, I want it to route back to the main dashboard, which it does. It's just that it routes back to the main dashboard every time, as opposed to only when that role doesn't have access to it. So I'm going to fix that. But anyway, I do agree with DC Aggie as far as when you do a small POC and you're like, let's just burn through this thing together, and it blows you away with how fast it brings everything up and just gives you that POC, that prototype, and you're like, oh my gosh, it works. It does exactly what I want it to do. Here's an example of that. hnlp.triadic sanctum. No. I forget that because I'm using a non.local domain, HLNP. Oops. So this is my home network. This is the it is HN home network landing page, right? Are you down, Angie? Home not found. Angie? Oh, duh. Because it's not HNLP. It's just my root domain. Duh. Moving on. So together with my input, with me tweaking things, the worker service is offline. Oh, no, it's not. It just hasn't synced while the app is open. Let's sync it. We created this application that I can monitor my home network applications. I can start and stop them. These actually do work. I can restart them after X amount of seconds. I am planning on setting it up so that I can deploy applications from here as well. And I can register other non-IIS. So all of these with this symbol here are discovered by the application itself for finding the applications in IIS for me, and tells me whether they are online or offline, or if they have an error, and if they have an error, what is that error? You do tell me what the error is, right? Yeah. So they give me that it was an error. However, I'm still not seeing the error message. So that's something that I want to get fixed. But it's supposed to essentially read my event log, figure out what the most recent error was, and report that to me. But point is, the dashboard, the UI, all of that stuff was partner programmed with Copilot. It did most of the UI work. I did the functionality. I did the worker service. And it was just fun. And it came together really, really fast. So then I'm like, all right, let's apply that to RTRAC. Let's split this up into very small pieces because this is the application that I'm trying to convert over. And I want to do a much better job at UI than I have been doing on the other applications. So let's go through that. And the experience has been that it's taken weeks as opposed to days to get it to where it's at now, which is totally fine by me. Anyway, I want to get to Bardaki's question. Hence I did it, and also because I've been screaming those words already today, benefits of working from home, absolutely. Okay, so the Bardaki question. I have a SQL DB, and close this. You're distracting me. Don't distract me. I'm trying to answer Bardaki. I have a SQL DB in the back, and the Blazor application needs to run batched time tasks on the server on the DB. So it has to run on the server and cannot be client-side, hence it needs to cache a lot of the table content as well. EF Core, of course, for the database access layer. So I don't know for sure what real Blazor architecture I'm after. It sounds like you are looking for a background worker or service worker. Because anything that will execute on the server, regardless of whether there's a client connected to it or not, is most likely a background process. And there are many, many ways that you can do that. The one that you saw for this app here, this worker service is offline. It really does need to send a message through Signal R to the worker service, but it is running. So we created a separate console application that is working as a worker service. Working as a worker service. It is installed and running as a worker service on the server. Well, think of your console app as its own client as well. So it should be operating on the same data in this scenario. I will finish reading the rest of your question though, because you have a lot of information on there. President Not Sure says, I'm finding that no matter how complex the query is, if Copilot has enough context, it can give meaningful answers. The trick is figuring out how to get it the context it needs. I agree. Definitely one of the skills, if you are going to choose to use AI in your software development process, is to understand the tool, understand how it interprets your prompts, what kinds of responses it gives to various types of prompts, and figure out what the best approach is for your scenario. It will be different per user. Like what might work for me might not work for you, kind of situation. Cool. Do the thing. Thank you. Okay. So we have, oh, are you not up to date? This is probably way, way behind because I work on that computer over there. All right, cool. So what we did was we created this worker service here that is able to be installed as a Windows worker service, which uses the same server, the same database logic and everything that the main application uses, except that because this one requires access to IIS and to be able to do things like stop and start the server, it's not running on IIS because the application would be running as the identity for the application pool. So that didn't make sense for me. So it's a separate worker service. However, you could still make a worker service that is directly in your backend, directly in your server application, in a similar way that we're setting up builder.services.add hosted services, add hosted service. I think it's called add background service. Oh, it is still hosted service. So timed hosted service, this might actually be the article that you are looking for. Wait, no. Maybe. Where's your program.cs? Yeah, here. Okay. This might be the article that you're looking for. I like having it in a separate app because it gives it its own permissions, and it's also not dependent on the server being up and running. Yeah. I don't know what else to say about that. That's the truth, and I'm sticking to it. So now that I've said all that, let me make sure that I read everything that you posted so that I'm not just kind of glossing over things and making assumptions like I always do. SQL database in the backend, and the Blazor application needs to run batch timed tasks on the server on the DB, so it has to run on the server and cannot be client side. Right. Absolutely. And again, in this scenario so far, you can still use either a full-on worker service console app or this hosted service on the server web app. Hence, it needs to cache a lot of the table content as well. EF core, of course, for the DB layer. And I don't know what the real Blazor architecture I'm after. I mean, it sounds like you have that part set up pretty well. My main struggle today was to create a login page and the authorization stuff around it. Apparently I cannot use the authorize attribute. You should still be able to use the authorize attribute. There's a lot of stuff that changed with the different .NET versions. Oh, hey, routing, one issue I had today as well. I'm not offended. Yeah, it was just because I was trying to use a subdomain, because I do have a bunch of subdomains. Like all of those apps that you saw are on their own subdomain, like Finan Man, for example. This is so wrong. I need to update that. So Finan Man is test-finanman.tratic.sanctum. That's my home network domain. And I have a DNS server set up on Angie so that all of my home network devices know how to route to his IP. It's so nice. It is so nice. The next thing is YARP, or some kind of reverse proxy. Where are we? We're talking to Bardaki. Yeah, the issue is that the server and all clients need to work on the same data. Yeah, so if you were to make it a console application, you can still use the same server as an API, essentially. So all of the processes are happening on the server itself, but you're calling it from your console app running as a service on the server itself. Does that make sense? That would be my recommendation, to keep them separate as opposed to putting the hosted service inside of your Blazor server app. But you essentially just have a client that is a console app that just happens to be running on the server. So it says, hey, server, run this process. And it can be done as another API endpoint that you expose only internally. Awesome. That's just one suggestion. If anyone else does have ideas on this, please feel free to share. Absolutely. Click heels and click heels and click heels, because we're trying to get home. I've seen a lot of business logic leak into console projects. Yeah, so, and that's okay. If it's business logic that truly is running on the server and is doing its own thing, like it is the business logic, it's not just an intermediary. then absolutely fine, in my opinion, especially if it's a worker service. Like I have another worker service that is a indexer, a document indexer, so that every time a new document is uploaded, a message is sent to RabbitMQ or stored in RabbitMQ, and my worker service is listening to RabbitMQ and saying, is there a new message? Let me get that message and process it. And then it does all of the background processes, which again, the background processes themselves are in the server project, are in the DDMS server project, but the worker service is the one that's calling them. I think I came across the background service stuff. Yeah, it seemed like that's what I needed for the time stuff. Yes. Cool. I totally missed over this part. Skipped over this part. DC Aggie said, so it takes some mental effort to not fall into that trap. President Not Sure said, not me dealing with this on a daily basis. Poor President Not Sure. Bardecki said, I think I came across this. Then said, yeah, the changes around the .NET versions were throwing a wrench into my works today because Copilot kept forgetting about what version I'm on. One thing that I kept doing with RTRAC as I was trying to utilize the tool to help me modernize the UI was that it kept changing my targeted .NET version. It kept going back to .NET 8. And I'm like, I'm on .NET 9. Please do not change that anymore. Thank you. Because like, if you switch from .NET 8 to .NET 9, it has quite a few implications. One major one being Fleens. You're not Fleens. Why are you stuck? In fact, why are you so weird right now? Excuse me? Anyway, so like in program.cs, in .NET 9, you have map static assets, which is a new way of being able to use that square bracket, assets, square bracket, and then the resource name, so that it'll do a much better job at compressing them, making sure that they only get loaded when they need to get loaded. And then in .NET 8, it's use static assets, which just means give me access to my www root folder and anything that might be a static asset in there. I'm going to close this and reopen it. Yes. Okay. But I can also show you an example of how I'm doing auth. But the short of it, while I'm getting it loaded, is create a brand new .NET whatever framework you're targeting, which is probably .NET 9, a new Blazor web app .NET 9 using the same interactivity mode that you're using for your application. Check the individual user authentication, not check, but change your authentication to individual user accounts and see how it scaffolds authentication that way and port over the UI for that. It's probably one of the easiest ways. I opened the original RTRAC. Probably one of the easiest ways to get authentication working for you. Which one's a greenfield? The one that you're doing. Man, there's more words. I need to read the words. So Blazor server is on the server and the console app runs the background worker. The console app is the background worker. Well, again, not background worker. I shouldn't have used that term. It is the worker service. So the console app, you're either running it manually, like double clicking the deployed console exe file on the server with the right permissions, or you've used non-sucking services manager, NSSM, to install it as a service. And I say it that way because trying to install it as a service using regular PowerShell and the commands, I mean, it's not difficult, but NSSM is really, really good at being able to help you set up where your logs go, what to do when it fails, all of the stuff that you would need to look up how to do with the regular install service CLI. Okay, thank you. Now can we go places? Program.cs. So this is what I was talking about in .NET 8. This is use static assets, which functions very, very differently than, well, I don't know about very, functions differently than map static assets. All right, more chat. If same data means access same DB, you are golden. If same data means same in-memory data, then you might need some sort of distributed system. That's where, DC Aggie, that's where I'm saying if you have that console app running on the server, you can still do HTTP requests to the API backend that the Blazor app is using, that the client app is using. And that way, you are operating on the same cache of data too. So if there's a singleton or whatever you're using on the server to cache your data, then your request from your worker service is going to be the thing that tells it to do the update on this. But again, you can run that same worker service or hosted service on the server application itself and not rely on a separate console app. Oh, Marcus, that is a statement. Marcus said, Blazor should be thought of as just UI, really. The Blazor component rendering system should be thought of as just UI, but Blazor as a technology has become an application template as well, which includes background services, it includes client services, and the entire ecosystem that goes into building a Blazor application. Kind of like MVC should be treated as just a server technology or as just a pattern, I guess. And then they turned it into a project type that encompasses, here are controllers, which are a very specific thing in our application type, with views, which are a very specific thing linked to controllers in our application type. So yeah, I don't know that I can fully agree with it should only be thought of as UI technology. DC Aggie says, likewise, a console app is also UI, just text-based UI, and the logic here should be basic composition root stuff and UI specific stuff, but not general application or business logic. You got to remember it's got more .NET 8 examples than 9, true, absolutely. Bardaki said to DC Aggie, it's not access the same DB, all clients have to be in sync on the data, and there is a lot of it, but I already found a nice solution to cache them in the server, so if all clients just work with that data, it's golden. Perfect. I'm just completely confused with the whole login auth process. Variants in Blazor, absolutely. Line that is Greenfield project. Just the DB is the current setup, so I have nothing to port over. No. What I meant was the thing to port over would be so in that solution, or even in its own solution, if you don't want to have to deal with deleting CS proj files and stuff, you would add a new. Let's just create a new one. Let's create a new project. And this is just to see the example of how authentication is set up in a new Blazor web app. So you pick your Blazor web app, you choose where you want it. Well, dang it. I'm going to go through the screens, but we are going to just load the one that I already have that I used. So this ddries. Wait. Right, I had to completely redo this one. Local, I think is all that I call it. And Blazor Playground. This is how I organize my stuff. Okay. So this is going to be a Net 9 Blazor web app with auth. Oh no. Don't you dare. And it's going to be really, really tiny for you, but I will try to dictate what I am doing at the same time. So I'm picking .NET 9 because that is what the other one is. Authentication individual accounts. And the render mode, again, is the render mode that you are using. If you're using render mode auto, then pick render mode auto, obviously. Sample pages if you want. It'll give you an example of how to use the authorize attribute to make sure that it works. And that's okay. If you didn't do it in your application at present, that's why you would create a brand new one. Not because you're going to replace yours with it, but because you're going to steal the login stuff from this one. And if there's anything Persona 5 taught me, is that stealing is okay. Not as smart as you. You are quite brilliant. This entire community. Localhost. Okay, so the things to look for in the .NET 9 template are the data migrations. So if you already have a database, that you have access to, one thing that this version uses is identity DB context. And that is how your ASP.NET users, ASP.NET roles, ASP.NET user roles, tokens, all of that stuff gets created using that. And so you can use that to see what kinds of things to configure for your identity context. If you're using external login, MSAL, what other federated services you feel like using, you don't have to really work on this part. You'll get those with your UI and stuff. But if you're just using your own login system, like for all of our web applications, we have an ASP.NET Core. This will help you with that. So turn your DB context into an identity DB context. And again, you can add this to your existing database or just have this be in its own database. I like having my identity stuff in its own database because a lot of my stuff are shared. So if we look at my database currently, I have this ASP.NET Core identity. And these are all of the tables that it scaffolded for me. Except for valid email domains, that's one that I added. So simply adding identity DB context and what your identity user model is going to be the thing that will add that to your database. And so the identity model is going to be something, whatever you want to call it, that inherits identity user. You could always just use regular identity user if there are no additional properties that you need in your application, but this gives you the opportunity to add things. Like if I wanted a string first name, middle name, last name, then we could add it here. And then that would get scaffolded. That would become a database migration. This does all of the salting. It does all of the hashing for you for the passwords. It uses a security stamp. So it does sound like this would benefit you. You could also override roles. If you're using roles, you could override just about any object in the database that gets created for you. But again, if you just create this on your own, even on local DB, for example, just create a brand new Net9 Blazor web app, use the scaffolding, apply the migration, and see what the table ends up looking like, and then create a new user for the app, then you'll see the benefits of using this. The hard part was getting roles to work with the client side too. But that's a different thing. So point is, when you scaffold a new Blazor web app with identity, .NET 9, you'll get components account. So this here is components account, and you'll get all of your identity pages. Login, change your email, change your username, forgot password, all of that stuff. If you don't use those, you don't even need to worry about them. They don't have to be a thing. If you start getting errors because you don't have an email sender, just delete the page. Just say, I don't want it. Yeah, and that's why, and you'll even see that here. So login is just a routable Blazor component that is routing to @page. And so this is what I'm talking about, where you can transfer this generated template over into your application. I guess the thing that really does the redirect is in shared. You'll find a redirect to... Oh, it's in client? No. Oh, it's in client. It's in the root of client. There is a redirect to login component. And this is the one where you put in what your actual redirect URL is. And then that you can find in routes. Routes, which is going to be up here. Actually, why are you in the server project? That's so weird. I remember routes being in the client project. Routes is the thing that says, if the user is not authorized, then redirect them to the login page. And then, of course, in the sample that you get, some of the pages don't need you to be authenticated. So if you go to, I guess it would be home. If you go to home, no @authenticate, @authorize attribute. Why was that hard? And then if you go to the auth page, then this one you see has the @attribute authorize. Okay, that said, because there are so many things that I override for the original template for these applications, because they all use the exact same authentication mechanism and database and all of that stuff. It's just different roles for different applications. That's how it determines whether you can access that application or not. I pulled all of that out and put it into a separate permits identity. Permits Blazor auth project. And so I use this as a separate NuGet package that I just reference in all of my other applications now. And so I get the full UI with login and all of that stuff, standard functionality built in with my email sender too. So that's my recommendation. Questions? Further discussion? Please feel free. Yeah, you won't even have to change it to bcrypt or anything if you end up using this. Do you already have a bunch of users? Because if so, there are techniques that you can use to synchronize your ASP.NET Core identity tables that it scaffolds for you with the existing logins. Essentially, you test their login with your existing database and say, if they are, like I even have an example here. If they are an actual user based on your login, your current login stuff, you already have their clear password at this point. So then you check, are they in the ASP.NET Core Identity database or tables? If they aren't, create a new user for them, assign them roles if you are doing the roles thing. And the way that you create the user is you use their password and then you confirm their email. The thing that it will require, though, is an email address. Unless you modify the application user to say, I don't care about email addresses, our usernames are only ever going to be strings and no email address is assigned. And this happens anyway. Dukasoft. So yeah, you can create their ASP.NET identity table or record for the ASP.NET user as soon as you figure out that they are able to log in, that they are authorized based on your existing database. And then you would leave that table there just for historical reasons, in case there's someone that hasn't logged in for the past 16 years and then they want to finally log in. I don't know why you would allow it to be that way. So the ASP record of the user is just at runtime. Or is that the DB table as well? That is also, what do you mean ASP record? So the thing you get back from, yeah, exactly. So you would still, like, that would be up to you. One thing that you might want to do, I guess I missed another one of your messages. One thing that you might want to do in your application user is link that user to a user in that other user table you have. So you have an existing users table with your MD5 hash. And your login logic is going to be when the user tries to log in, if we can't find them in the ASP.NET Core identity table, which is going to be your new authentication table that stores all of your users with their passwords and roles and all of that stuff. If you can't find them, then check to see if you can log them in using your existing mechanism for looking them up in your existing users table, testing their password however you test it, hash it, and then check to see does it match, I'm assuming. And if that is successful, create a new user in the application user table, in the ASP.NET user table. Associate that user record with a brand new property in application user that is called, is it a string ID or is it an int ID? I mean, you can decide for yourself. Legacy ID, int ID. Okay. So you just add a property, legacy ID. If that legacy ID is something other than 0, then you know they had an existing account before. If it's 0 or it might mean, depending on how intertwined your logic is on that ID, that you might need to add a new record to that user table with and then as each person logs in, change the password to something generic. That way, when you get to the, are they in the ASP.NET identity table, like I would use GUID, a brand new GUID for their password in that old user table. When you get to the check for, are they an ASP.NET Core identity user, then you won't even need to worry about that other table anymore. You would just need their ID every now and then to get their information. Otherwise, I would recommend switching over to having the app use the new ID that you get from your ASP.NET Core identity table. The issue is that will come back as a GUID and or string, depending on how you have it set up. You can tell it, though, that you want the ID to be an int. It's just that's not very good practice because of people can guess. They can just like go, if they somehow get access to your application users table, they can just guess consecutive numbers to get other user credentials. So leaving it as a GUID just means it's going to be a unique ID every single time. And if you do need this information again, I am talking kind of fast. If you do need this again, there will be a VOD. We are at timestamp. I don't know what timestamp we are. I can't see. Somewhere around an hour, 2 hours, really? An hour and 45 minutes, holy crap. Goodness me. Yeah. Okay, so yes, my recommendation is definitely to use the built-in ASP.NET Core identity. It's called Microsoft.Identity package. And .NET 9's version of it is different than the .NET 8 version, so make sure you're using the one that's appropriate for your application. And thank you so much, Dukasoft, for all of the support that you've been given. You're amazing. Sounds like high priority technical debt. Salted at least. The source of the code was an electronics department at a university. Yeah. And I mean, you're going to find a lot of that in legacy code, which I'm sure you're used to working with. Oh man, thank you so much, Duka Duka. You don't need to monetarily support me. You're already doing a lot. You should be the one getting monetarily supported for being a non-bot bot. Wait, or was that Bardeki? It's so hard to tell. It was Dukasoft. Okay. Because like Dukabot is the one that gives me the message. You do not have to pay me for information either. This is something that I want to change about the world. You should have access to this information for free. We should share it with each other freely. Not expecting anything at all in return for it. I just want you to be successful as well. There's plenty of success to go around. Everyone should be successful. But thank you. Still appreciate it. Thank you, Dukasoft. You're amazing. You are all amazing. Thank you so much for being here. You gave me the information, and then I wanted to thank you. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I want to get better at allowing you to show your appreciation however you want to show it and not rejecting it. I'll get better one day. And I wanted to thank you for providing me with such helpful information for free. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. And also thank you. But yeah, I hope that one, if you do need this information in an organized way, it was organized enough, and you're still going to be able to watch back the video from about, I don't know when we started talking about it, but anywhere from that time until an hour and 45 minutes in, that it will help you be successful. Do. Do. Oh man. Okay. With that, I am going to take a quick break. I was not, so like when I start talking and explaining like that, I drink down the water like it's water. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? Wait, I can't do that. Can I? I can. This will just take me a really, really quick second. I'll be right back. Whew. Awesome. So, Bardeki, if you do have any other questions, feel free to ask. We will also have our Discord at your disposal. And yeah, Also, that was only my opinion. There are many, many other ways to do it. So definitely feel free to ask other people for their opinions. Opinions. Okay, we're going to continue. But yeah. And if anyone else does have any further discussion on the conversations that were happening earlier surrounding the efficacy, that's the word that I wanted to use today, efficacy surrounding using Copilot in your software development journey, then please feel free to bring up those topics if you want. For now, how did I end up going in Blazor Auth again? That wasn't what I was trying to do. I was trying to open RTRAC. Blazor. There you go. Not the old one. Copilot understands the libraries. We're answering Bart Aki's questions. DC Aggie. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. You were saying domain-specific language for the type of file, right? Not EDI, but DSL. I think that's right. I think you're right. I'm still not going to remember it, even though I'm trying really hard to. Came across background service. So yeah, in short, at 1 hour and 51 minutes-ish, try hosted service and create for your authentication issue. Sorry, try hosted service for your server situation where you're needing to run a timed thing using that URL, Microsoft URL thingy. And then for your identity stuff, try creating a brand new Blazor web app and with individual accounts selected and seeing if you can adapt that to your application. And join us in following Tyndall. Did Tyndall come in? Tyndall's here! Hi, Tyndall. I hope you're doing well as well. Likewise, a console app. You can add interactive WebAssembly mode on the interactive server mode. Yeah, you do both. So I think my apps, I almost always choose render mode auto. And so you would need both in order to do render mode auto. I don't remember those settings existed. And DC Aggie was because like the way that I say localhost. When you got to chill at your crazy friend's house, you're visiting localhost. JRPG rules, says DC Aggie. Take anything you can find. True. If it's there, and even if you don't need it, just grab it. Inventory management, schminventory management. That was really hard to say. Logins are in the DB. Joking, no. Salted at least, no. Oh my gosh. Identity user sounds so good. The redirects were the annoying thing. Absolutely. How does the sample get the users from the DB? What is the DB access? Oh, good question. If you're still available to see that, I am happy to show it. But if you don't need to see it, you don't have to. But when you look at the sample yourself, I am sure you'll see it pretty close off the bat. There is this thing called a user manager that will get injected as part of the template. So when you're copying the code over to your project, pay special attention to program.cs with the way that it does add authorization and add authentication. Come on. But you get a user manager. And because you have configured the application with these add authentication, and it's not there anymore, but oh, it's here. Map additional identity endpoints. Oh, and here. You get the sign-in manager, you can get the user manager, default token providers. There are going to be 2 special files, which I think they in .NET 9 they trimmed down to just 1, but it's called the identity user accessor. And it used to be a combination of the revalidating authentication provider and revalidator authentication state provider. Anyway, it's some weird thing. I forgot what they used to be called, but now I think it's just this one file. This is where you can configure it to pick up the roles from the user manager, but you'll see this user manager used throughout. This is how the server will get the user itself. On the client, you have a thing called an authentication state provider. And so if we're in a page that has auth, and you are in the code behind or the code block, however you feel like doing it, you would inject allow null. Use your own pattern for injection, no judgments. Application state provider. So you have quite a few options for how to get the user on a page. The authentication state provider is one that I'm going to show you here shortly. Another one would be the authorize view component, which you can also say, I want users in these roles to have access to this portion of a page. So this is a way of like sectioning off portions of a page to specific users. Whether it's based on roles, whether it's based on policies, however you feel like doing it. Here, we're just saying the user must be authenticated. And then that makes them authorized. No special roles or anything need to be checked. If they are authorized, this content gets displayed. If they are not authorized, this content gets displayed. If it's still in the process of authorizing, then this content gets displayed. However, in here, you will notice that you now have access to context. And there's your user in context. And so here's all of your user information from that identity context object. Oh dear, I am going to be so far behind by the time I finish going through this. You'll notice that either user or identity can be null at this point in time. So you'll do your proper null checks and stuff. However, you will not see, did we already add it? Where's application user? There you are. Application user, yeah, we added legacy ID. You will not see properties like legacy ID because this is just an identity user. It is not an application user. Or I guess this is just a claims principle is really what I mean. But this is an identity principle or identity user or an identity. But you can, if you know that it is indeed an application user, then you can cast it to an application user. Which of course, this would need access to the models for application user. Yeah, that might be a little bit more difficult to do. However, the other properties that you would have in there could also be accessible, I believe, through the claims principle, claims, where X, oops, name, what are you called? Identifier? Value type? subject. I can't remember which one of these it is. Anyway, there's a way to essentially get back any property that you want from your application user. What I do is I typically have all of my DB entities in a separate project that are just POCOs. And then all of my DB context is in a separate project also, which is just the DB context, so that that can be used on the server and the models can be used throughout the entire application. And therefore I have access to the application user, and we can just get the application user back directly. And cast the identity to the application user. But that's how you'll be able to get their IDs and stuff. So there is a little bit of work to do to get, yeah, let me show you and database. Let me show you the RTRAC database. And I'll try to catch up on chat after this. It's not going to happen. Data. My database. RTRAC. So again, we have a lot of databases across all 7, 9, 12, however many applications I maintain. So I pretty much have every single one of the databases in their own NuGet package, which is just a class library comprised of 2 projects, which I will show. But like I've run the migration on my dev server, so pretty much everything in here that doesn't look like personal stuff, like the financial management tracker or the image viewer or Triadic Memory Archive or Triadic Sanctum apps, are applications that are databases that applications from my work product use. So each of those gets a database project. That database project has a database, which is just the DB context, and any server-side DB context related stuff. So that database project is for that. The migrations is obviously to do the migrations. So if I make a change to the models, or if I make a change to the way that the database context is set up, then that is, I run a migration for that. Right now, I only have one migration for RTRAC, probably because I restarted it for this project. I was like, I need to get rid of that migration history. We don't need it anymore. And it was just disgusting. So I restarted the migration. And then the models, which is the tables and views and stored procedures. And by stored procedures, I just mean the models that the stored procedures return. So if there's a stored procedure that actually returns a result of some sort, then I created well, in this case, GitHub Copilot created a model for that particular stored procedure. So this database is special because it has all of these stored procedures that I was trying to go through and turn them all into C#, but it took such a big performance hit that it's not worth it. So I am just calling the stored procedures directly in a parameterized way so that we can help defend against SQL injection and all of that other stuff. So anyway, point is, the models project then is usually referenced by my applications shared project, because shared is what it means in my application. So I have 3 class library projects typically in my applications. Shared, which are shared models, abstractions, things that everything uses, whether you're the client, you're the server, doesn't matter. You can access the models and stuff from the shared project. Shared client, which is all of the implementations and all of the client-side specific stuff that is used by any client-side services or client-side, services, client-side application parts. And then shared server, which is all of the database files, everything that's done on the server. This way, if we do get a new project type that is better than Blazor for web, then I still have my core library in these 3 class libraries. And then all I have to do is reference those, because my client I don't know if you can see this, is just program.cs. My server really is just program.cs. I've now been starting to move my controllers into the shared server so that my API controllers are also in shared server. If you use something like fast endpoints, then you're already doing that most likely. And then the main startup app.razor component is also on the server, and errors, I guess. And that's really all that they're there for. They're there to be the entry point for the application. All of my UI is in a separate Razor class library so that if I'm doing like Maui, for example, then they would all reference the client side shared, which will inherit regular shared. It'll have its own backend server, backend API server, and then pages. And then all of my UI is now in mobile, desktop, iOS, which I guess is mobile. All the things, you know? Okay. I think I've gone through everything. So now let's see if I can do the chat. So you need the primary key in the DB a lot. It's an int, luckily. And then lots to think about. Yeah, you got the video, especially tomorrow at work when I try to fix my oopsie from today. Thank you so feckin' much, Lion. That was 3, right? Okay, this has already helped me tremendously. Great. Really glad to hear. You gave me the information, and then I wanted to thank you for providing me with such helpful information for free. Then Thindle came in. Greetings, wonderful people. I hope you're well. I hope you are too. And then hi friends, I'm doing sweaty, but good. Me too. It is hot today. In the immortal words of Ace Ventura, war. I don't know how he says it, but sweaty, 31 Celsius, 87.8 Fahrenheit here. Nice. That sounds pretty nice outside. Still hot, but humidity is 98 though. Jeez, goodness. Our humidity is usually around 30. And then, well, at least inside the house. And then outside, it's very low. It's very arid. Body sweats to cool down. Environment says, cool down? Nope, you're wet. Hi, wet. We are Bartaki. Bartaki says Thindle. Thindle says Barty. Barty says Lion. Was so nice to help me with my Blazor issues so far. Thindle said to Bardaki, Lion is better than me at Blazor. I mean, it's not a competition, at least not for me. If it is for you, I'm sorry. I think you're amazing at other aspects that I am not amazing at. And we are equally good. TBD Gamer says, hello all. Properly this time, back from his meeting. Bardaki says to Thindle, you are fantastic at Blazor. And Thindle says to Bardaki, I'm possible at Blazor. Take the compliment. It's one thing I'm working on too. Take the compliment. I'm good at other stuff, but possible at Blazor. I know you're trying to be genuine and honest, but it's a compliment. Just take it. Just take it. I need to use it more. Duke says, oh my gosh, I didn't know you could cast it. I'm pretty sure you can. I could be lying to you. Hold on. Let's find out in here. Because here, my dashboard, my homepage, my landing page, this is using preferred name, which I am setting on authentication state changed to be from the claims, because I have a claim that I'm adding called given name, and that is happening in that revalidating identity, whatever it's called. So I can't really get to it easily because it's in that external library that I have apparently already closed. Yeah. It'd be hard to get to easily, but pretty much in this identity user accessor to my model on the client side, I've added the roles and stuff so that I can get access to my identity roles that are there for the user. And as it is validating the user on the client side, it's getting their claims from the probably cookie. that was sent, and it's turning that into the format that I can use with the authorize attribute, which of course I'm lazy and I put my authorize attribute in imports.razor because all of the pages in this application, save the login pages, need the user to at minimum be a user with this role, with RTRAC user role. So I put it in one place because lazy, but it would be on the page itself. So the question is, can we cast the, oh, it won't be contexted in this case though. I'm not giving myself access to the user. I guess let's just do it here instead. Let's do an authorized view. And when the user is authorized, I love testing things. Then can we access as an application user, which we get from, oh, do I really not have access to application user? Using a RMITS connection manager core, ASP.NET Core identity, models, yeah, models. Weird that I couldn't control that. Context. One more thing, in case you aren't already aware of this, one very, very important thing is that on your authorized attribute, if you are inside of like an edit form or virtualize, there are a whole bunch of other components that have the context parameter. They are all defaulted to be named context. So if you do see continual errors and you're like, I have no idea why it keeps giving me an error, the most probable case is that you need to rename your context. In this case, I don't think that's what it is. I think it's trying to cast a user as opposed to the identity itself to an application user, and that's not going to happen. So this is a claims principal, and this is an identity user or something like that. So we'll fix that. But this is just to show you can rename what context is here. So this is our user context, for example. And so this is going to be user context here. Okay. And so again, I think it's trying to cast a claims principal to an application user, which is not a thing. So let's try the identity itself. And that should be a thing. Cool. It's only angry because it thinks that user could be null in this context, but it cannot be null in this context because we are authorized and we know that a user must exist. Also identity. Okay, so let's see if this actually gives us my email address, which the app is probably running already, which is why we didn't see it pop up. Pop up. Pop up. We're done with you, you, and you. You. This doesn't look right. Oh, build just now succeeded, so it is just now running. And there it goes. Are we going to get a runtime error? Or will we see, once it authorizes, okay, I think we got a runtime error. No, that's not the runtime error I was expecting. Huh? Okay, that's very odd. That is absolutely not what I was expecting to see as far as a runtime error. This isn't the runtime error you're expecting. I think I ran into another issue that most likely has to do with needing to recompile completely. What other changes did I recently make? Oh, stop the app because hot reload is lukewarm. at the moment. This one just feels like a familiar error that happens when you make a change to your Razor or to your Blazor application and it's trying to use a cached version of things, and it's just like, okay, that one worked. So let's reintroduce this. Help. Okay, so it's definitely, yeah, it's definitely this. We can't convert a claims identity because you're a claims identity. What happened to, yeah, it should be an I identity. Okay, well, there you go. We can't change a claims identity to an identity principal, so we cannot cast. So Dukasoft, forget that I ever said anything. We cannot cast from identity to application user directly, where application user is an identity user, which is an I identity user eventually. No, it's just an identity user. There is no I identity. There is no interface for this. Interesting. And it makes sense. I mean, we don't have those properties on the identity. They're all part of claims. So the way that I do that is that I add the claims again on the client side when it's doing that validation process. Maybe I can show that. Okay, while I'm loading that one, I'm about 6,000 messages behind. We got a dad joke. And the dad joke is, dad jokes are, I won an argument with a weather forecaster once. His logic was cloudy. I like cloudy logic. Not gonna lie. Siri. Bot says, I just read a book about Stockholm Syndrome. It was pretty bad at first, but by the end I liked it. It's terrible. Bardaki said, my executables know they're garbage. They go straight to the bin folder. Goodness. Shout out for Irish John Games, who will probably be streaming again soon, or so I hear. I don't actually know when because I didn't read his full post, but sounds like soon. Bardaki said, Lion thinking ahead for 2035. I am, but not in the way you think. Razor class library is something I will need. Noted. Oh, the import stuff is interesting. Soaking up information here. Dukasoft says prepares the upper stairs for brain hurdy. Bardaki laughs. Dukasoft says, yay, errors. Bardaki said this isn't the runtime error you're expecting. To do, implement bug. Check. Bardaki said, hot reload and the ability to debug is why I'm considering to move our main app to Blazor, because build deployment locally with our current setup takes 5 to 10 minutes and I can't debug. You know me, I'm a Blazor fan. I'm a fanatic even, you might say. But if you're looking for a more reliable hot reload, you probably want to do one of the JavaScript frameworks instead. Very lightweight, very responsive. The UI updates immediately, and it's dependable. For Blazor, it's not as dependable. Yeah, same. So same. Bardaki. The hot reload is not nearly as dependable as in other technologies, but it is there. And I've found ways to work with it in a way that keeps it running nicely. I get the CSS autosync, and so CSS autosync is now called CSS hot reload as well, but you have to enable browser link for that, and then you have the hot reload on save turned on as well, and it works most of the time, but there's just plenty of places where it's just like on you, and I'm like, that's rude. I don't recommend in my testing and trials with it, I don't recommend using GitHub Copilot in agent mode in Visual Studio still. They did add the models that I like, aka Claude Sonnet for agent mode and Claude Opus for ask mode. However, it struggles a lot with the tooling most of the time when it tries to do the tests, run the test, or do a build, or maybe it mangles a file and it needs to replace that file and it's trying to do PowerShell commands to delete the old file, replace the contents with a new file, whatever. It freezes. It just sits there, freezes, your code stays mangled, and you just gotta go back to your most recent commit a lot of times. In Visual Studio Code, it's been a lot more of a smooth flow. It still happens on occasion, but it's a lot easier to recover from. And the tooling just seems a lot more thoughtful. Oh, speaking of tests, I will also add tests because yeah, no test either. Okay, there's literally 5. I'm not good at tests. However, what was the most recent one that I asked Copilot to do? What are you working on now, Copilot? So I have Copilot working on a lot of my side project apps that I just want to get done. That landing page that you saw was just something I've been wanting for my home network for a really long time, so I got it. The financial management UI redesign, we went through the financial management project together on stream. That was what I did for about 2 years straight. We worked on that financial management project, got it done, and it worked. The back end, I would say, is very nicely done. So I was just like, put a better UI on this, please. And it did, and I'm happy with it. There are a lot of quirks with the UI that I will want to go and clean up, but I put that on there. There is the triadic sanctum. So we are storing our conversation history with a specific GPT, and we will be indexing that, using it as additional context for ChatGPT. It's the place that I used to work. I'm no longer affiliated with them. This is a Sogeti phone multi-purpose thing, but it's a sandbag. And it's very nice to hold on to. Any views and opinions I express here on stream are my own, not necessarily the views and opinions of Sogeti or even Automated Realms. This is me representing me. Or Navarro. Okay, I came in here to show what I am doing as far as getting the user claims put in place. So again, this is using, this is the sample? No. This is the actual thing. Oh, identity. I was like, where is it then? Yeah, so we have the persisting server authentication state provider, and we have the persistent, this one, authentication. So this is a .NET 8 implementation, and you can already see that it's different than the .NET 9 implementation. I'm not exactly sure how I would go about doing this claims part in the .NET 9 version, since it only has that one file. Interesting. But part of this is a callback that will happen. No, this is the constructor. In the constructor, it gives us the state, and from that state, we can get the user claims. Bless you. Bless you. I mean, we can get the user info, but yeah, from the user info, we can get the claims. So we get the user info, which is all of the stuff from the ASP.NET Core Identity table. And I have to manually add the claims is what I'm trying to say. Any custom claims that I have, like the given name or the username part of the username, as opposed to just the email address, because I think it only gives the email address. But the given name is something that I allow users to configure in apps where they can say, I want my app to call me. and they can do whatever they want. So they can put whatever terms they want in there. They're in a professional environment, so I would assume, dang, that's really, really close to gaming. I would assume that they wouldn't put anything derogatory in it. And then I pretty much transform all of the roles into the way that the authorized attribute can use the roles in the claims, because when you get the roles, it is actually just a property on the user info. And that, again, is happening in the persisting server authentication state provider. So this user object is one that is Toxic Frost. You have to exclamation point archery first. Almost. It's between -90 and 90, 0 and 100. It is now a command. Wait, what? With the question mark? That escalated quickly. Oh my goodness. Okay. Before chat gets too far away from me, test crashed. Yes. Speaking of tests, are you holding? Oh, I was going to look for the application that I was most recently working on where it's giving me some pretty decent tests. Gosh, what is that? We are working on a robust World Anvil API client. I just recently got a World Anvil API key, and there are tons and tons of issues with that already, but I'm building a client around their API. You almost did it. You almost did it. But hello. I mean, hello. Toxic Frost. So the reason that you see Big Gamey shooting at higher angles like that is because you do get bonus points the longer the arrow stays in the air. So your score is a combination of how close you are to hitting the center of the target and how long does the arrow stay in the air. Problem is that the width of the target here is 1 pixel. So as it's coming down, the arrow must start to the right 1 pixel and end either at that pixel or 1 to the left of the pixel, which is pretty damn near impossible when it's coming down at such a steep angle. So I want to improve that. I just haven't gotten around to it. But man, you are super duper close. Look at that. Good grief. You are still going to get points for airtime. Man, these are like big gamey shots, man. So flipping close. Wait, these are big gamey shots. No wonder. I was thinking these were Bartek shots. So today I'm developing nothing. We're talking a lot about yeah, 40, wait. Bonuses were wild. 111, 29, 30, 30, 321, 42, 42, and a total of only 3 points. Wait, what? So there should have only been three sets of bonus points, and your highest would have been probably the 42 seconds. No idea. And welcome back from Lurksville, TC Aggie. Okay, Toxic wants to know what we are developing though, and I am going to switch gears now that we are done talking authentication in Blazor and a few strategies for doing background tasks in Blazor. We're going to get back to doing some more modernization to this application, which is called RTRAC, the Sample Data Records Tracking Application. Do you have an official name? And why is that empty suddenly? You should not be empty. Oh, probably because the app is no longer running.
Identifying what you are.
I am a software developer working in .NET. Thank you, Jean-Luc. And I use Blazor for pretty much all of my applications. It can be difficult, but it doesn't have to be difficult. You're right. It doesn't have to be difficult. You can keep your Blazor apps or just any kind of development you do, regardless of what technology you use. You can make them super complex, or you can make them complex and easy to maintain, and anywhere in between. But only those. What I mean is, it's up to you. It's up to you. My score for archery, well, when I do archery, I just go straight for the target. Shoot. We'll go 0, 90. Or not. Not my turn. It's not my turn. Pew. So the thing about this archery game, though, just for your information, is that it is scaled horizontally to Olympic standards, where your target can be anywhere from 0 to 70 meters away. Your arrows fired horizontally can be a maximum, well, I guess your total arrow speed can be a maximum of something like 132 meters per second. Oh, yes, thank you. Oh my gosh, cheater. What kind of... So right now that's probably at 70. Smallest target, furthest distance away. The height above the ground is also scaled, but it is scaled at a different rate than your horizontal scale, just because it wouldn't have fit. You wouldn't have been able to see yourself if I scaled it truly, but they are scaled regardless. Shoot at 1.5. Yes. Holy crap. What is up with these scores? Wait, you know what? I don't think it is necessarily incorrect. I bet you what's happening is that it's taking all of the scores from all of the bonus scores from all of the tries, and I'm not resetting the score in between each attempt. Most I ever did in archery was 35 meters, but got a consistent around 8 or so centimeter grouping. Nice. Yeah, I miss archery. I used to try it. I can't say that I used to do it. I used to try it whenever we would have field trips over to, what are those called? Like 4-H camps and stuff. I don't know if many of you know what 4-H camps are, but anyway, so when we took field trips to those, was really the only time I got to do. If you want my pew sound effect, let me know. I mean, we can. Dukasoft has his own sound effect, so if you want your own as well, you are welcome to submit it to me. Just DM me on Discord. You make sure you apologize for that, Captain Krabs. Excuse me. I can't believe I let that slip. Why am I not surprised? The thing is, I don't know how to get it to... Thank you, Big Gaming. So much love for you. Thank you for doing it now, though. Now is the perfect time. Not gonna lie. We're not really doing anything. We're just trying to get my heart to explode, that's all. Captain Krabs, it is totally okay. You are never obligated or required to be here. We're happy when you are. You have nothing to apologize for if you've been too busy to chat anything. Thank you for chatting, though. Make sure to check out Captain Krabs that I still haven't created the command for, because I'm great at this. I'm trying to finish the response to Toxic, too. Some people wish I was too busy to chat. I mean, this is my work product. And Friday is a holiday, so any amount of time that I essentially spend that I need to make up for this week, I'm just going to do on Friday. Well, speaking of, now that I say that though, I might not stream tomorrow, depending on whether I have a date or not. Yeah. So I'm going to find that out later on this evening, but I might actually go outside. National Sacred Dog Day. No work on Friday. It's illegal. It is not illegal. Not for a contractor. I work whatever days I want. I don't work. I don't get paid. But you'll do it while eating hot dogs, watermelon, and twirling sparklers, right? I've never really been much for the festivities that usually take place on Independence Day in the U.S. Yeah, that's a normal. Do you have cameras in my? Have you tapped into my cameras, Big Gamey? That's eerie. That is eerie. Are you calling me a con? It's a nanny cam. Brighteki said to Big Gamey installed those cameras. I thought dude looked familiar. It was just weird though because he had one of those mustaches that twirled at the ends. But yeah, I bet you that is what Big Gamey looks like when he has a mustache. Captain Craft says, "Don't think we're gonna go see fireworks this year. I'm sure there will be plenty in the neighborhood illegally being shot off." Yeah. Like I don't mind them. I've never found interest in loud noises. Period. And yet I have the the shout out for Science Streams, who's currently going to do a 6,000 day long thing. Old timey music. Like my family was very, very big into it. They would spend thousands. I don't know if it was thousands. I just remember one year where my dad went crazy and spent thousands on fireworks. And I was like, hey. So the thing that I really like to do with the fireworks though is, you know, those what are they called? Oh my gosh, the missiles, the little gray plastic tubes that have gunpowder in them. Asteroid missiles? Gosh, I can't remember. Anyway, so I would take all of the little plastic things out and then I would fill each one of them up with some of the gunpowder or whatever it is. I don't know what goes into it. I'm not a physical person. And then I would shove one into the other, and then I would have a wick that ran all the way through, and then I'd light the wick and then shoot it off. That was fun. No, they're called fireworks missile. Saturn missiles. These thingies. So I took out all of the plastic thingies, took out the black powder that's in there and put some in each, ran this wick through all of them, tied it around a kebab skewer. Oh gosh, DZ. SpaceX makes the world's most expensive fireworks. So that was fun for me, but that, I don't know, I'm just not a fan of shooting money into the sky and watching it explode. Goodness griefus. A 300 shot one? 750? Cue old timey music. Back in my day, TNT did a Roadrunner getaway. In related news, firefighter Gamey works at fireworks stand on her day off. Mumbles something about creating calls for her main job. Job security. Is that what you're trying to say, Big Gamey? So yeah, so I guess toxic. Apparently we aren't working on very much, but my primary job is modernizing legacy applications and maintaining them as well. So I'm currently applying the UI upgrades that Copilot helped me with, and I'm applying it to the rest of the pages. I would let Copilot do the rest of the pages. It's been doing a great job at it, but I have no more back-end stuff to do. So I've taken over the applying the UI myself. I could just move on to a new application, but I really want to get to know the structure and everything that we've been using throughout the rest of the application. So like, for example, this page layout and the instructions and content, I now fully understand them. The file picker, I now fully understand it. Yeah. Those types of things. Although the file picker was mine, it just restyled it. So that was nice. It's very nice. I don't like that this isn't centered. I'm pretty sure it should be. Just like in the other pages, like load TSP. I mean TSP check. Dude, I updated these. Am I not up at the latest? And speaking of, I do need to get rid of... Wait, did that say... Nope. Weird. I need to get rid of this. Right, because that was an old run. Okay, moving on. I wouldn't mind if they didn't do the banging sound or start fires. I mean, it's fun for a lot of people, and I hope that the people that enjoy it get to see a really good show, get to see one that that gives them that wonder. I love seeing people just love the things that they love. But it's just not something that I'm super interested in, mostly because HSP, and I don't like noise. Boo the drone shows though. Boo to the drone shows though. Really? And then mortar, bottle rocket. SpaceX makes the world's most expensive fireworks, says DC Aggie. As long as she doesn't start them. Fireworks, Gandalf. I can neither confirm nor deny, says Big Gamey. Weapons of mass destruction. Fun. Bardaki said to DC Aggie, I'd like to argue that ESA makes much more expensive fireworks. Ariane 5, anyone? Yeah, that's totally an area that I have no idea. I'm out of touch. Too out of touch. DC Aggie just says, given. Bardaki is lurking and snacking. Thank you so much for your lurk. DC Aggie said, my cat is so distracting. In my last meeting, a coworker had to stop and say, DC Aggie, accept his real name, I'm distracted by your door. Is someone trying to get in? DC Aggie, yeah, just my cat that does not handle rejection well. Just like that too. Okay, I think therefore eat spam. I think we're going to try to apply. Which one of these are we on? RTRAC. View archive. I'm pretty sure that's where I left off. We're going to try to apply the same thing that we're doing here on view archive for regular TRNs. Oh, right. It would have... Oh, no, that's what we're doing first. We are going to get this... redirect to work when we change roles. Kawaii little Zelda cat. And that was when I was trying to open up the menu item, this one, with your extension method. Okay, so here's what my current effort is. This is a role picker. Roles have access to different menu items and pages. There are some menu items and pages that do overlap for some roles. And then there is another role that you could be given that will just always show the menu item, and it is called map role. And that is the one to do with water levels and stuff, I think. I don't know. So if you're on one of those pages and you do have that role, then I don't want to navigate away from it. I only want to navigate away from a page if you don't have access to it. So preliminary and intermediate both have access to record check, for example. But final does not have access to record check. So when we switch from one of those two to final, that's the only time that it should redirect us back to the home page. Right now it's redirecting us every time. And that is because my logic for doing it is go through all of the menu items and determine which one is the one that we're looking for, is the href that we're trying to go to, then check to see if the user has access to that menu item. The way that I set up menu items is I have a static, a bunch of static properties, essentially, that are the individual menu items. So let's go here. No, not dev. Don't do dev. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of individual menu items that all have their own href. Where did they go? And display text and icon, as well as the roles that have access to those specific URLs. And so what I'm essentially doing, oh, and then I have a dictionary, I should say, of which roles will get which menu items. And I kind of like this because it's easy to just add a menu item to a role, but I'm still doing kind of double work because not only do I need to get the menu item itself added, to that role, but I also need to add the role to the menu item. So let's say that I decided return to lab is now going to be available to intermediate. I need to update that here, and I guess those are the only two places. Oh, and here, sorry. I need to add it here instead and figure out where it goes in the menu system. But that's how I'm using this menu system. I don't know why there's a whole bunch of exclamation points on these because they are not nullable. I do remember putting them there at one point, and I can't remember why I would have done that. Maybe they weren't static when I first tried this. And the way you can tell that this is inherited code is because I used to do all of my stuff, all of my tabs as 2-space tabs and curly braces on the same line. I have went with curly brace on a new line and 4-space tabs. But when you do collections and stuff, the new lines don't always reformat correctly to take on your new styling. So anyway, you can tell I've had this for a while. So yeah, I don't understand why I would have put the exclamation point though as my null forgiveness operator. It doesn't make sense. Okay, Captain Craft says I have to head out to do my own thing. Well, enjoy. Thank you so much for wishing us a great stream. You have a great rest of your day. DC Aggie says, my simple nav rights trimming is an extension method on my user objects with a method can that takes an enum of actions in the system and returns true or false. depending on the user's role. So that's essentially what I'm doing, except based off of the menu item itself currently. The problem is that the way that I'm doing it, I don't have a single list of all of the menu items. I do have all of the menu items in the same class that this is. So this one here are where I define all of the individual menu items. And what I am essentially wanting to do is when the user changes roles, I want to get the relative path to the page that they're currently on. So in this case, it would be data/return to LSS. And I want to find the menu item that has that href. Query string parameters is going to be a thing. Then when I get that menu item back, I will see what roles can access that menu item. So the way that I'm doing that is through this dictionary here. And I'm saying, when you give me a role, get the menu items for that role. And we're going to iterate. We're going to essentially traverse that menu to find which one of the menu items is the one that has that URL or href. And to do that, we need to go through all of the top level items first. Then we're going to travel within each one of those, the children for each one of them, by keeping track of all of the children's. I'm adding them to this additional menu items to see if they have any children. And here, if we are at the menu item for this href and that menu item's roles list contains our app role, no, that's not how we do it. We use the extension method. Full role name. Goodness me. And I think, oh man, I think I'm going to need to update every single one of these roles. Would I be able to do that? General. Goodness me, work with me. If we did app role dot general dot full role name, I think I put a capital N. Yeah, that's exactly how I would want to do it. Okay, so let me update all of these real quick so that we don't have to worry about, I mean, they're still going to be magic strings-ish, but at least they're going to be consistent magic strings. Oh my God, I do this all the time. I'm hungry. I want some rolls. Okay, so this should give me, wait, don't we have map as well? I'm sure it's in there. I'm sure it's in there. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. This gives us a way to be able to just use, I don't know why I'm not using the enum anyway. It's kind of interesting. So DC Aggie said that he's using an enum of menu items, and I'm doing the opposite. My menu items use an enum of app roles. Yeah. Yeah. Like the other thing that I'm realizing is I'm also using this to give the structure of the menu itself, because it's reading this and creating the menu based off of this structure. I'm doing both. Basically, the can method compares roles to enums, role enums to action enums. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, and I'm kind of doing the same, except that instead of my menu items being an enum or my actions being enums, they are actual objects, because I'm including the CSS class on them, the icon for them. So like here, it's using the icon for finalized TRN, the icon CSS for finalized TRN or image. I don't remember. As well as the href. Okay, so I'm liking this so far though. So if this menu item has that href and the user role, or the menu item allows the user's role, then we're going to return true. We're not going to keep track of this. And no matter what, we're going to add this thing's well, not no matter what. If this is not the case, we're going to add this thing's children, if it has any, to the list of items that we're iterating through. If we've already seen that thing, that menu item, we are not going to check it again. We're just going to get out of here. And we're going to get out. And move on to the next item. That way we're looking at every menu item only once. So for example, there is an intermediate. Yeah, this is what's going to suck, I think. No, I am not using query strings. Okay, I thought that a couple of these pages were the same route. They just had query string parameters. For example, the edit TRN, which is TRN/edit, compared to the view TRN, which is view final data. Yeah, TRN view. Good. So I did it as route parameters and not query string parameters. So those two are being treated as two individual hrefs. Is there ever an instance where in my individual menu items, we are using a query string parameter? I don't know. I just did a find everywhere. I only want to look in this file. Yes. Biota select file export equals true. But then again, that is the menu item's href. So I must match with the query string parameter as well. I don't think that I am modifying the query string parameter while I'm on these pages. So I think that's going to be okay. What do you think? I think you look like Captain Crunch. What? No, I don't. I mean, do not. Do. So that is going to be when we find the menu item, then we get out of here. So I was thinking that I was going to want another way to be able to get a menu item by href. And I don't like this approach anymore, because now it's going to go through the menu items multiple times. Not necessarily, but it still would need to go through every single one of the app roles. And this is not right. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're going to use this. These are my notes for what I thought I was going to do. Okay. Problem is that in almost every case, the user is going to be switching from a role that has these menu items to a role that doesn't. And so it's almost always going to be, it's almost always going to take the entire amount of time. So whatever our complexity is, that's our usual case. So our worst case is our usual case, which is we iterate through all of the items. Is there a way to flatten the list of menu items for the user and cache that? Is that even something I would want to do? Since your roles are essentially access levels, you could give your user and your menu items an int score, then do a simple greater than or equals. And cache the score. The scenario is users on page trn/export, and they are able to switch their role in the application at runtime. And I want to know if the new role that they are switching to has access to that page that they're currently on. I could, in my user state, store the page that they're currently on. Yes, exactly. And so when I'm looking at your giving a score, I would still need to find a way to indicate to get the menu item associated with the href, with the page that they're on, is what I was trying to say. So does that still work with what you are suggesting? Main layout. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm doing. So the name of the method, well, the two methods is visible to user, and its menu item is visible to, I guess this is visible to role. You're much more correct. Or just is visible to, is available to. We're going to use yours. I like your naming. Available to. Thank you for the naming. That's one of the hardest things. So this one is too naive. This one is incorrect. This one should just be a wrapper, helper method for app role dot app allowed for href, which we're going to call allowed for href, or allowed. Yeah, I have no idea what to name that one, but it's going to be menu item dot href. And by this point, we should really check to see if href is null or not, which is going to be No, because that would be the home page, which is fine because we would reroute them to the home page anyway. Okay. Menu items dot roles. Oh wait. Never mind. This one works exactly the way that I want it to. What am I thinking? So this one is taking the menu item itself and checking to see if the app role is in the list of roles for this app role. Okay. Null problematic in .NET. Maybe. I don't know. I just didn't have the href as nullable here. Okay, so if there are no roles assigned, then it is a public menu. Otherwise, check to see if the role we supplied is a role in the list of roles for that menu item. That one's easy, which means that... Is that really what this check is? Yeah. So that's kind of what this check is. Except that we do also need the href equals. So yeah. This one's harder to name. So this one is the one where I'm checking to see if a role has access to the href. So if app role and access, just to use some of the shorter words that DCAG is so kindly providing, which I greatly appreciate. And I really, really, really do mean that. Okay, so the goal of this one is find the menu item with this href and then determine if that role has access to that menu item. And I think this is doing that. And the way that I'm doing that is I am going through, first of all of the menu items that the user has access to. The thing is that this is a nested, non-flat thing, and I don't know how to get this to flatten out in one step. So if anyone does have that one, I don't think it's super expensive, and I do have a dictionary currently. So this very first thing is give me the list of menu items for a given role. It's just that it's multi-leveled. So for final menu items, I have the top level menu, which doesn't have a href or anything like that, but it does have children. And those child menus might also have child menus, and that might continue on until we reach a leaf, until we reach a, you know, the thing, you know how it works. What? No. Push this button. Okay. So for example, if our page that we're on is final, view archive, final, view archive, then it would need to go through all of these. So the top level ones here, which is really hard to see with this formatting because it didn't reformat as I explained it before. But it would go regular data, log all of the children. Actually, no, it'll just say, are there any menu items in that top level that have a href of the page that they're currently on? If so, does that one allow that role? Do I have that in there? I don't think I have that part in there. Come on. Come on, brain. Where the href is equal to the href. So we'll start with this. Somehow. If items for href dot any roles contain app role string. Okay, so we will early exit if one of the top level menu items is the page that the user is on. So this checks their href, and then this checks the roles. Otherwise, we go through the rest of the menu items, regardless of whether they have a href or not, because their child menu items might have the href we're looking for. Go through all of those. As we're going through them, we will check the current menu item. If we've already seen it, skip to the next one. If we haven't seen it, add it to the list of seen menu items, check the href and roles. If the href matches and the roles contain the app role string, then return true. Otherwise, add its children to the list of menu items that we are traversing through. What would be nice is a flattened version of this dictionary, essentially. App role, all of the flattened menu items. If your can method has 2 inputs, 1 output, then you can cache that into a dictionary to prevent repeated work. Yes, I can cache the result of this. Yes, DC Aggie, yes. Thank you. But like our key would be a combination of app role and href, wouldn't it? Oh, concatenate them. Sure. Because what I was going to do was use a tuple. And I have no idea what that does to dictionaries if you use it as a key. And even Copilot is like, this is what you want to do. Trust DC Aggie. This is exactly what you want to do. So what do you think? Should I still do the concatenation, or because like I prefer using the tuple approach, I just don't know what this would do to my dictionary. Like the other thing I could do is create a struct that have the app role and href so that I'm not confused about what this is in the future. Which makes me want to do that. I mean, it shouldn't be too much larger than a string with that many characters, right? Yeah, exactly. So this would be a number combined with a string. Yeah, that's hard for me to picture. I'm going to try going this route and see where it gets us, but I will consider just doing the concatenated string as well. This is going to be our access cache identifier. Yeah. It's, well, I mean, that would work because I'm not trying to parse it or anything. Because I am already using a pipe for my role string for application pipe role name, but I'm not parsing it for anything else. So it's not like I'm going to be splitting on pipe and making sure that it matches. I'm just trying to match the string. Colionless. I'm sorry, what's that word? Collisionless? Collisionless. I got it. I'm sorry. I was not making fun of it. I didn't realize it was actually a typo. I thought you were typing something funny. Collationless. Well, I mean, another typo, but close. Yes. Okay, so we're going to have April and href. This should be the lightest weight that we can get if we're going to use an object, I hope. And I'm going to use it as my key. And we're also going to shorten it to this. Is there no way in a primary constructor to indicate required? Or I mean init? Record struct. Aha, aha. Let's do a record struct. So close. No, I really, really appreciate it though. I'm sure that string is going to be the easier way to go for this, but again, like when you consider, when I consider how much code I've run across, legacy code I've run across where you just have a dictionary of primitive type, comma, other primitive type with no comments on what you're actually expecting for each of those primitive types. So there are no variable names essentially for them. It's harder to maintain without having to go digging through the code to figure out, all right, what's populating these two. A prime example would be here in any of these somewhere. It's like I've had dictionary of string, comma, dictionary of string, comma, string as types that I've come across in these, and they are not documented or helpful to understand how to populate the members, the entries, elements. Where in the world is search? Here. Yeah, dictionary of string double, list of dynamic. One of my favorites. Dictionary of string series, log for net. Yeah, log for net. Here we go. Dictionary of string decimal. What is this representing? The spec pivot. What is a spec pivot? Oh, yeah. That's why I made it internal. Definitely agree with you. This can close because it just confused me. I got lost. Okay, so I made the record struct the access key identifier for this private static dictionary that will be my access cache internal, so that only this thing can use it. Okay, so the first thing that we do then is if access cache.tryGet value, then return the cache result. That was brilliant, DC Aggie. Brilliant. And like, do we want to do the cache ID so that I can add it here at the very end? Because there's going to be 3 places where I'm going to try to add it. There's the return true. And there is a return false. Thank you so much for your input. This is the kind of thing that I truly, truly want to stream for. This is what I'm here for. You have this cool thought, idea, approach. We have discussions about it, and we use it. And you are read-only. You are absolutely read-only. You are right. Okay, so this should be relatively lightweight. Now we just actually need to use it, which is going to be in our main layout. So in main layout is where I am hooking up to my user states on active role changed, which gets triggered when a user uses this role picker to change roles. Go figure. So I'm listening for this event on my state class, and the way that I'm doing state classes for anyone that is interested in this part is I have a regular C# POCO, or it's not really a POCO because it does have some logic in it, regular C# class that I inject scoped into my client-side application. And that is dependency injected into all of the components that use that particular state. So UI state will have things like page navigations, dialog pop-ups, things to do with UI states being different. User state has to do with the user being logged in, what roles they have access to, what menu they're currently in. Like, I would have added, the first place that I wanted to go was just adding what page are you currently on? Because if I added the menu item for the page that they're currently on, then I would just check to see menu item.roles.contains. That'd probably be smarter. It's just that on every navigation, then I would need to listen for page change and update the current menu item that the user clicked on, which I guess can happen in the menu item itself, because I have one menu item component, and if I put that in the menu item component, that wouldn't be such a bad idea. But anyway, this is where we went. So I kind of like this approach. DC Aggie is saying, if cache doesn't contain answer, calculate answer, then insert into cache, return answer from cache. Absolutely. Or with, say, proxy pattern. Did I miss something? Okay, good. If cache doesn't contain answer, ask for source, or ask source for answer and insert into cache, return answer from cache. Yeah, so proxy pattern I'm used to with the lookup lists. That's how I'm doing all of my lookup lists, is I have a lookup list service that for anything that has standard lookup items, it will cache all, or check the cache for lookup items, and cache in this case would be local storage. No, IndexedDB. fact, we don't have any caches for this app because there really aren't any pages that use lookup items. So never mind. If we were in some other page that has lookup items, then we would see in our index DB our local cache for those lookup items with a last updated date and all that stuff, and only when you go to the server query for any items that have changed since last updated date. So we're getting back the smallest amount of data required. So logic is the client will say, is this already in our cached list of lookup items? If so, give me that. Otherwise, do the process needed to actually first synchronize cache. Synchronize cache, check for cache to see if it has this item. If that item exists, give that back. Otherwise, tell the proxy or tell the other thing to do the stuff it needs to do to get the item from cache. No, get the item from the server and then put it in cache. Goodness. The thing that DC Aggie types so elegantly. Eloquently? Eloquently. So here's where I am doing this thing. If user is set and the role can access. Yeah, I really like I'm terrible at naming methods, but this is right. This feels right. Thank you, DC Aggie. Our current href. Oh, dang it. Did I delete the logic for getting our current href? Role can access. Cool. Oh, if user is set and the role cannot access the current page, then we redirect. Okay. I have a feeling this is going to work. It's still building. I don't know if you can see the green. Oh, I'm building. Load. Right. I don't need the console write line anymore. Okay, so we are on the, let's say, the finalized TRN page in final. And we're switching to intermediate, which does not have the finalized TRN page. We go back to home. This was already working before, but it was always redirecting us back home. Records check. We are switching from intermediate to preliminary, which does have records check. Therefore, we should stay on this page. Yes. And not only that, but it updated the list of TRNs for the page as well. So preliminary has 0 TRNs to record check. Nothing is in preliminary status. Intermediate has these 3. Thank you, DC Aggie. Thank you for the idea on caching and just for rubber ducking with me. Amazing. Okay, let's commit that and continue on with our UI updates. So that's the type of thing that I like to do more of. I love writing functionality coding and utility code and all of the fun things, the elegant stuff behind the scenes that doesn't get seen by the user, except when they push a button and then stuff happens. And that's why I leave all of the UI stuff to Copilot. Because I'm just not great at UI. I'm trying to go to Git, commit. Okay. Updated logic for changing roles. I'd like to redeem all 192,000 of channel points for Lion wears a silly hat for all of next stream. I don't own a single hat. Given that the next stream is tomorrow, I will not be procuring a hat between now and, well, maybe tomorrow. It all depends on whether or not I have the date. Sus. I have ear warmers, the little black band thing. I have the HoloLens, which could be a hat. And it's a brick right now. Yeah, it doesn't turn on. I am distraught. Just a hat? What do you mean, just a hat? As in your... No, it didn't say just a hat. Oh, yeah, okay. Absolutely. Just a hat. I thought you were saying that you're trying to get me to wear just a hat on stream. I don't think that's allowed on Twitch. Oh. I'll leave that for your... I couldn't come up with something clever off the top of my head. Operations Frenetics page. I'm not clever. I'm especially not clever today. Like, my mind is on story writing right now, and I have been writing a lot of story, but it is not on being clever. I'm definitely nowhere near your wit. I keep looking at my phone because I'm leaving these two messages unread. One is from my mom, and like I see the notification icon that says there's a message, and I keep wanting to check, what is this message? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Anyway, we said that we were going to try to get our view archive TSP to look like our view archive TRN. What you will notice me doing, by the way, is a lot of repeated work. This page looks almost exactly like what this page is going to look like regarding structure, regarding logic, but one is using TSP data, which is air sample, and another is using TRN data, which is water and soil. I'm okay with doing that for now. They used to be on the same page. And it was just that the logic switched out the display of it. Speaking of, why does this still say? Oh, because I'm on view final. This should say TSPs anyway. But we'll get to that. We're on view archive. So here is the current view archive TRN. And then here is the are you just search archive? Search TSP. Gosh, it's so hard to find these. Wait, maybe it is this view final. No, it's not. Search archive TSP. Data search archive TSP. Interesting. Yeah, so you can see even the route, data search archive. I could just do the same thing that I'm doing on the other pages. For the difference between the edit and the view page is adding a query string parameter, where this one could say which or whatever I decide to call it, and one will be TSP and the other TRN. Then I'll have the logic in here for telling this thing to print out TSP versus TRN, but you'll see my search brought up no results. View TSP archive. Okay. So it's going to look pretty much exactly like this. There's a bunch of copy pasta happening. That's going to happening. Archive page, huge. We're going to take the title, put it here. Title is going to be in a H2. No instructions for the page, which is odd. So I will want to add instructions to this page eventually. And then instead of view, you're going to be /content /page layout. So again, these components, this page layout component especially, was created by Copilot when it was doing all of the work to do the UI modernization part. Since it's already there, I am currently using the components that Copilot created. And again, I don't like seeing things like this, where there is a variable being declared inside of the Razor component that is outside of something like an if block. And that's okay. That's fine. Everything's fine. It's okay. What I would prefer to do for something like this is I would say whenever title level is set, and in fact, I'm going to do it now because I'm thinking about it. Whenever title level, whenever parameters are changed, if title level does not equal previous title level, then set title level equal to title level dot to lower invariant kind of thing. So on parameter set, see, and it's even doing it for the page ID. So why, why wouldn't you use the same kind of logic for this thing? So if title level is not equal the new title level, then underscore title level equals to lower invariant. And now it wants to do a validation check on, it needs to be, what is this? I have not seen this kind of pattern matching before. Do I like this? So typically what I would do for this type of situation where I'm comparing to multiple known values is I would create a private read-only string array of valid title levels. And then I would do valid title levels dot contains. But here it wants to do a pattern matching of title level. And this is like, I would call this an inline switch. I have not seen this. I mean, it's not even an inline switch, so I can't call it that. What would I call this? I don't know what I would call this. Yeah, allowed, disallowed collection. And in this case, it makes more sense to have a whitelist for sure. Hard-coded is what I would call it. But yeah, I couldn't care less about this because that's being taken care of up here. And speaking of, why is this an if else if also? Okay. But these are the types of things that I would want to look through and validate and verify match my coding structure. So I couldn't care less whether or not we are changing this to a valid known value. It can be anything at once. We're just going to lowercase it. We're going to get rid of this, and we're going to turn this into a switch statement. And that switch statement is going to have our title level, because this is the version of it that has the 2 lowercase invariant. We're going to have a case for H1. Yeah, I think Copilot's just going to fill this in for us. May as well go all the way to H5. Just do it. And we're going to do default here. I don't see a reason we would want H6 as a title. H2. Add title. Oh, I don't like that either. What are you thinking? Okay, so we're good to go. That's cleaned up. That looks better. That looks more like the thing that I would put and stuff. Okay, so yeah, I'm using this component and just trying to get to know it and clean it up as I use it. So we are here in this view CSP archive, and we added that component, this page layout, with its page class, the title level. And again, this is also one of those things that I would do differently. This here would be an enum for me. And that would be in a public enum title level, which I don't think I'm going to be able to. Lovely. How lovely. I'm not going to be able to do this because I have a parameter called title. Component to S video. If I'm understanding that correctly as a joke, it's a funny joke. If I'm misunderstanding it as a joke, it's a funny joke. Yeah, scart is another connector, and without knowing what it is being sent via scart, I can't place it in my ordered lists. I think you've lost me on that one. So yeah, our title level here would be title level enum. And that would be title level type H2. Yeah, we're doing this apparently. I am going to do this the way that I would have done it if I did it myself. Cref title level type. I think this needs to be a different kind of ref, but we're going to find out. Stop it! I'm not done yet. Title level type dot. Yeah, and in this case, I wouldn't even need to do this whole. This thingy anymore. Okay, but what I do need to do is for all of my pages, I would like to import. Oh, I won't be able to do this in underscore import, will I? Because again, same issue with the parameter named the same as an import. What I was about to do was for all of my pages at using static. I guess I can still alias it to title level type equals. That's not where that's at. RTRAC Blazor dot pages. Did I call it .ui? Oh my gosh, what's the name of this project? Pages. RTRAC Blazor dot pages dot components dot page layout component dot title level type. And why isn't that working? Oh, because you don't do static. You just do. Because I thought that I made it a static. Dot page layout dot title level type. Oof. We're good now? We're good now. Okay, so now I can just use title level type everywhere in my UI. With that, we're going to update every single one of these for title levels. I'm pretty sure they are all H2s, but I'm doing a find and replace all title level equals title level type dot H2. Still working, or do you not report back to me when you complete anymore? I must have clicked the box that says don't show this again. But it said 21 replacements made. So let's fix the front end for this, which is title level. I keep missing that second E. And then for every single one of these cases, I'm going to do title level type dot H. All right, and there you go. We now have all of our possible title level types, which also means we don't have a default case because we're covering all of the enum values. And there is no way for the user to specify a title level type other than one of these 6. Okay, I'm happy with that. Do you build? No, because tests. Test should be fine. I'm not testing any UI. Never mind. Not necessarily DC Aggie. Oh, there are H1s and H3s. So if I tried to specify an int here, I would still need to, hold on. Let me test your theory. I can think of a scenario where you are right, but that would throw an exception anyway. If I try to cast an int to a title level type, then this would give me an error. I'm pretty sure this one would give me an error. So this is handled here. And is there an enum dot from either? Yeah, so there's enum.tryparse, enum.parse. This one would definitely give us an error if it's an incorrect value, a non-convertible value. What is this? I'm starting to lose it. Title level type. Right. I know. Okay, so even if I put a value in here that is incorrect, then this one would also throw an exception here. So there is no way to get an invalid title level value into this component, at least not through normal use. Not the way that I would use it. Not the way a future developer would use it, I would hope. So I don't think it would be beneficial to have a default case. As TBD Gamer would say, it would tell a lie. And I am getting a little bit more conscious of that, where there is no way through normal development that a person who is maintaining this code base would use to provide a value that is not one of the valid enum values to this parameter. That's the story, and I'm sticking with it. Why are you not on multiple lines and the rest of them are? Why? And why do you have a quotation mark? So there are two things that I prefer, two major things that I prefer. Where possible, if I'm using a C# parameter or binding or something that can be C# expected to C# expected, I don't use quotation marks. You will see places where I am using quotation marks where I'm using the at blah, 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 but that's because the thing that's expected is a string. And the other one is when I am doing a lambda expression. When I'm doing a function, an inline function, if it's something that requires a parameter that's not used, like the onChange event, there are two versions of that. There's the onChange event that has, I'm providing the change event args, and then a version that is just no args at all. And so you can represent the no args one by using open close parens, but I still prefer using the discard variable for the change event args when I'm writing these. It's just my preference. It's just the way I like to see it instead. But this helps me to easily identify places where I am using C# stuff as opposed to string stuff and stuff. That made perfect sense. Thank you for describing that. Thank you for taking the time to tell us. You're welcome. Okay. Anyway, we are currently working on not the TRN export page. This one just needed this. Wait, you weren't a H2 though. That was the whole reason behind not picking you up. You were a H3, if I recall correctly. Okay, so that updates all of those. Do you build now? Do you build? Meow. Where's juice? I need water. Oh my gosh. I am setting up my lurkage on people's channels that I have not been lurking on. That's about to freeze because for whatever reason, whenever I add channels to lurk on multi-stream, it freezes the entire thing. It's so weird. Such weird. We still have like about 10 minutes left and we're going to get stuff done, but I just wanted to get lurking on these channels. Okay. Fantastic. Drink water, drop water. Since Dukasoft told me to, I'm going to refill this one and be right back. The code has pooped me out. And I am back. With water. Oh, and so you can see it. I'm honoring your water. Duka duka. Sugar and water. Or sugar. Sugar. I think I like that one better. All right, let's get this page to look a little more like the view view archive TRNs, search archive TRNs. This is called view TSP archive. Why haven't you updated already though? Did I stop the app at some point in time? The answer is I did. The correct answer though, also one more reminder, in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, in 3 weeks, I will probably be taking a week off of streaming at minimum because I will be going on a road trip. Are you going to actually launch or? Hello? It's running. Whatever. Maybe it did launch and it was that tab that I just closed. Pack plenty of snacks and say hi if you pass by the Vegas. We're going east. We're going through Kansas. We're going all the way to just west of St. Louis. Okay, what am I? A cat. I don't like having my Razor files down here, but I need to be able to compare them. Usually I pop it out and do it side by side, but we don't got the space. Anyway, just applying the template got it to look the same. I have the pager, got the same sort methods, show details. Interesting. And are you code behind actually using TSP? Search service, get archive data, selected TRN. So TRN summary model would have is error equals true on this page. Okay, this logic is weird already. I need to look at that. Screen sharing, streaming code is like reading a book with binoculars. I will help your binoculars then. There. Now they got another 5 times optical zoom. This is very, very weird though. Why would selected TRN? Because there should be a list of TRNs that shows up when we do a search. Right, this is this page. This is this page. I do not like this approach. I don't remember doing this. This would have been in 2022 when I was first pulling over the code from the original .NET Framework version. This page. So as you can tell, it has a debounce getter for TRNs that does searches for TRNs. The issue is that there are no TSP TRNs, but if we go to this one, view archived, then you'll see results show up suddenly when I start trying to do a search. What even is this? Is that an ID? Oh, and this is beautiful. Look at this positioning. But the point is that it's there. It definitely is showing the data that we're trying to show. And my assumption is that because we didn't get any data back when we searched for just A here, is that it is indeed doing the correct search to ESP is error. Yeah, so it's good. Looks like a perfectly accessible UI to me. Thanks. This part is all me. Oh, and this is why I rely on external sources to help me with that. But yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff though, where we're not actually selecting TRNs, and yeah, but that's fine. I mean, the page is formatted. It looks just like the other page now. That was the goal. You stay there. We need you. So we're going to do applied layout to TSP, view TSP. And actually, let me commit the other one first. So you through you, and you. Changed title level parameter. Parappa the wrapper. Parameter type is what we did first. Then I applied. Okay, great. Fantastic. Wonderful. So we accomplished a thing. We applied the styling to one of the pages. So what I'll be doing for the rest of the day today is making up the hours that I did not quite get to, which is okay. Absolutely okay. Yeah, but in future, we're definitely going to change the logic on here. I have no idea why I made this a type ahead type of field, as opposed to also having, at minimum, also having a search button. The user is not going to know what to do when they come across a page that is just two input fields. 2 input fields. Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely, I don't know how I could have missed that. That was extremely helpful. So we also have caching for when the user changes their roles. We can determine whether the page that they're on is one that they have access to. And the first time we make that change, no, that was right. I was like, wait a minute, that didn't take me back to home because it was using the role for preliminary and intermediate, but that's a lie. If we try to go back to that page, it will check cache first. Have we already checked this page for this role? If so, let me know if they have access to it. If not, get whether they have access to it or not and cache it. The question is why? Oh, because space, the final frontier. I was like, why are we getting scroll bars suddenly? Yeah, that made sense. Which is kind of, oh, are you zoomed in as well? I was going to say that's kind of bad because users are going to be, at most, typically, using it at this size, 1080. And then within that window size, they're going to make it even smaller if they have other things open. And if they have hiccups, it's even better. Okay. So we got that done. The next page that I'm going to do is most likely final TSP, which looks very, very different than final data. So I'm going to need to figure out what to do there. Typically the TSP pages mirror the TRN pages because TSPs are TRNs. They're just specifically for air data. And again, I don't even think they use TSP anymore at all. But this is the very last page for the TSP menu. Then we got biota, 3 menu items. The lots data should be done. I have no idea what type of file to use for this, but we're going to find a file for that. And then the methods data. Anything in final? Water monitor. Yeah, water monitor, water levels, methods is here too. And then the map rule stuff, which looks good-ish. It just needs the page layout applied to it as well. So that's what I'll be doing right now, actually, but off stream. So underwater levels are the worst. Oh, especially when you have a breath clock, Sonic, looking at you. How long did it take you to find out that you can drink the air bubbles? I mean, use the air bubbles for more air. It took me, I'm sure, a long time to realize that. Nintendo kid. Okay. Anyway, that's it for my time. I'm going to do some more off streams. I am not going to raid science streams. I'm a little too nervous to do that kind of thing. So the 3 that I can recommend: Aura, CodeRad, Seto, who we rated recently, but I don't mind again, and Devro. If there is someone else that you would prefer, please let me know. But those are currently the 3 other than Balint that I am lurking on. And if you don't have a preference, that is absolutely okay as well. I will pick and we will go. TBD Gamer says, fun fact, IRL, the air bubbles are the bubbles coming from you. Not good to try and grab. That would be terrible. You're just drinking more carbon. I keep saying drinking because you're underwater sipping air. It didn't go so well last time we rated PvP. I mean, it probably did, but yeah. I just don't feel like getting ragged on for Blazer. That's all. Not at the moment. I'm happy using Blazer. I love using Blazer. It's fun. But if that is where you would want to target, I am absolutely okay with that too. Mediocre clips I've never heard of. Gaming? Typically not. Game dev, yes. Gaming, no. Oh, I'm sure there was no ill intent. I'm 100% positive there was no ill intent. Mike is really cool guy. Very cool guy. But I just don't feel like hearing negative things towards Blazer at the moment. And it wasn't necessarily from Mike either. It was from a lot of his viewers. Yeah, I would feel obligated to stick around at the game stream for X amount of time. I think they're playing a horror game at the moment, too. Yeah, so many dev streamers, our game dev, the enterprise business dev stuff is pretty small community on Twitch. I agree. But yes, I mean, yes, phone, I know. Oops. I mean, he is using Blazor at the moment, so let's go to BBB. I mean, it is, but I feel obligated to. It is one of those things that I just feel obligated. So we're going to BBB. He is doing Blazor on stream. I'm pretty sure that's Blazor. Maybe not. It's just C#. It looks very Blazory though. Yeah. So, ciao for now. I might be back tomorrow. I might not. Depends on if I have a date. We'll be back for Friday's Community Day though. I'll definitely be here. In the US, it is July 4th, which is a celebration that a lot of people partake in. So I'm not expecting you to take your July 4th off just to come to the Community Day stream. I'm just treating it like any other Community Day. So yeah, but that's going to be it for me for today. Thank you, DC Aggie. Thank you, all of you. 4th of July Community Day. We might do a double Community Day then. Right. TBD did say he was going to be streaming for longer at least. But yeah, Community Day too. All right. Ciao for now. Juice.